Good morning, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure to welcome you. Please take your seats.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Lithuania, distinguished speakers, vice speakers, chairs of committees, and other members of parliaments, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the plenary hall of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, to this high-level meeting of speakers and delegations of NATO countries' parliaments. I hope that you had a pleasant evening yesterday and a good night's rest, and of course I hope that Lithuanian summer does not discourage you. I'm pleased that this meeting is attended by speakers, vice speakers, and other distinguished parliamentarians and ambassadors from 29 parliaments and countries of 31 NATO allies, as well as by the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, the first deputy speaker of the Parliament of the Kingdom of Sweden, the president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, the NATO Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy, who will later deliver address on behalf of Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg. Thank you again for accepting this invitation to gather here a month before the NATO summit in Vilnius. It is almost a cliché to say that today's Europe, and more globally the whole world, is facing a series of major crises. While it is true that there are many serious challenges facing the world today, including climate change, social tensions, economic uncertainties, pandemic, addressing security concerns is crucial in order to effectively tackle all of these other issues. The example of European integration and creation of NATO alliance serves as a compelling illustration. Following the devastation of World War II, Europe recognized the need to address security concerns in order to ensure lasting peace and stability. The establishment of the EU and NATO provided collective economic and defense mechanisms enhancing the security of its member states. With improved security, European countries were able to shift their focus from internal conflicts and rivalries and external threat towards fostering collaboration and integration. This shows how addressing security challenges can pave the way for progress in other areas. When nations are burdened with immediate security threats, their resources and attention are consumed, making it difficult to prioritize and address other challenges effectively. That is why our meeting today and the upcoming NATO Vilnius summit are so important. That is why we need to address security issues urgently and fundamentally. To put it simply, security is the absolute foundation that we build well-being of our societies on. As I said yesterday, parliaments can and must play a role in ensuring a secure future for our countries and citizens. I recognize that due to constitutional position, role of certain parliaments and chambers in the area of national security and foreign policy varies. Yet I believe that this does not prevent us all from recognizing the importance of the issues under discussion. As NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg put it, parliamentarians have a vital role in keeping our transatlantic bond strong. As such, our gathering today should not be seen neither as a duplication of NATO Parliamentary Assembly nor as an imposition on heads and governments of NATO countries ahead of the summit in Vilnius. It should rather be seen as a meeting that adds value to our joint efforts as allies for the common goal of a safer, better, and more peaceful area in and around the Euro-Atlantic community. Perhaps such a meeting will become a tradition. I would certainly hope so. In case of our parliament, it is always very active on the most important issues of foreign policy and national security. In the beginning of April, we unanimously adopted a resolution stating the key objectives of the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius. It contains 5 main points. First of all, it calls upon NATO to significantly strengthen the forward defense and deterrence in the Baltic region and the entire eastern flank of NATO, in line with the principle of deterrence by denial. In particular, we stress the necessity to increase the NATO's forward presence battle groups to the level of NATO's forward brigades, for credible NATO air defense positions be established in the Baltic states, and for reinforcement of the pre-positioning of NATO equipment and supplies in the Baltic states. For our part, we are prepared to invest in ourselves. We have already taken strong measures to improve our host nation support infrastructure. Lithuania's commitment is backed not only by words, but also by funding. The Seimas of Lithuania took a decision to ramp up the national defense budget to more than 2.5% of GDP. The Allies' financial commitment to defense is the subject of another point in the said resolution. The third point concerns Finland's and Sweden's membership of NATO, underlining that this will contribute significantly to the security of NATO as a whole. It goes without saying that the Seimas welcomed Finland's membership of NATO and expressed the hope that the ratification process for Sweden's NATO membership will be completed before the NATO summit in Vilnius. Further, recognizing the importance of Ukraine's current role in European security and advocating strategic solutions to ensure long-term peace in Ukraine and in Europe, the Seimas expressed the political will to invite Ukraine to join NATO. In my view, an invitation to Ukraine to eventually join NATO would send the strongest possible signal. I am sure that this will be the topic of discussions both today and in the upcoming month. It is, however, clear that we must adequately address Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic aspirations. Therefore, NATO summit in Vilnius should register clear progress, at least on 3 tracks regarding Ukraine: stepping up NATO's short and long-term practical and military support to Ukraine, institutionally bringing Ukraine closer to NATO, including via establishment of the NATO-Ukraine Council, deeper engaging Ukraine into NATO's structures and processes, and third, political formula leading to Washington and demonstrating an advancement of Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic aspirations. And finally, emphasizing that in pursuit of the rule-based international order, NATO needs the unity of like-minded countries. The Seimas advocates for strengthening partnerships and cooperation with the Indo-Pacific partner countries. Dear distinguished colleagues, to conclude, I would like to thank you once again for your solidarity and your determination not to stand aside on important, even existential issues. Let's remember that although the future is uncertain and complex, but it is up to us to shape it. By defending our values, by harnessing the power of democracy and our ties, we can create a future that is not only sustainable, but also just. And now, I thank you for your attention, and I have an honor of inviting His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania, to deliver his address.
Dear Speaker of the Seimas, honorable speakers of NATO member parliaments, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to address such a distinguished audience today in Vilnius. I see this high-level meeting as an important step in the preparation for the NATO summit in July. The leaders of the alliance will be meeting in Lithuania to discuss the most urgent security and defense issues. At this pivotal moment in history, one crucial fact commands our attention. It is the fact that Russia's war in Ukraine, launched almost a year and a half ago, continues to this day. Unfortunately, nobody and nothing so far could make Vladimir Putin end this war. And that means continued pressure on both Ukraine and the entire Euro-Atlantic security architecture. We could have seen this crisis coming. Russia grew increasingly confident after many years of blatant violations of international law, with little to no price to pay for earlier provocations. Its leadership came to believe no crime will force the Western countries to take action. They felt empowered to issue ultimatums to the NATO countries. This has never been solely about the issue of Ukrainian statehood. True, this country was, and still, is an indispensable element of Putin's vision for the empire's revival. However, most of the recent Russian threats and demands, while focusing on Ukraine, we are also targeting our alliance. Today, with Ukraine forced to suffer brutal attacks, it should be clear to everyone, Russia will not stop easily. If successful, it will aggressively search for new targets. It's a time that currently keeps our people away from the horrible destiny that befell Bucha, Mariupol, Bakhmut, you name it. If we lose Ukraine, Europe could very well be the next victim. Therefore, we must stop Russia before it is too late. And we can do this only by helping Ukraine. I know there are still some who would prefer any kind of ceasefire or peace negotiations, even without Ukraine's victory. Maybe starting tomorrow. That would be a huge mistake. It would only bring a false sense of relief. It would only put off another stage of this brutal aggression while allowing the aggressor to come back stronger. No negotiations or compromises will do. For us all to return to normality and to be able to feel safe and secure, Ukraine must win this war. And it is our duty and our moral obligation to provide Ukrainians with as much support as they need. Dear friends, to help others, we need to reinforce our own defense and security and to confirm the credibility of our deterrence. I have no doubt that NATO must remain the strongest force. I hope that the NATO summit in Vilnius in July will contribute to this task. We have already made the first steps in Madrid. Now the alliance must move from forward presence to forward defense with no further delay. The Vilnius summit will provide the opportunity to make it a reality. Our task at hand is to bring combat-ready brigade-size units to the forefront of the alliance. Relying on reinforcements only, no matter how quick, would simply not do the trick. It would only signal to the aggressor that there might exist a possibility to test NATO's resolve. We must eliminate this risk. I hope that at the Vilnius summit we will be able to approve new defense plans, including regional ones. Even more importantly, we will have to equip these plans with capabilities. The necessary forces must be assigned, and proper training should begin. Robust decisions on command structure, prepositioning, and enablement must also follow. The war in Ukraine has also demonstrated the true importance of air defense. Thus, I am looking forward to a rotational air defense model being approved, with provisions for the necessary training and integration of our capabilities. Dear speakers, without proper financing, all these plans would mean very little. My hope is for the Vilnius summit to agree on setting a new floor of defense spending at 2% of GDP. However, if we are serious about our security, we must aim even higher. In this regard, the role of national parliaments is crucial. I count on you to take the issue of defense spending seriously. I also find it useful to remember that increased defense spending could boost national defense industries. We need production to go up, not only to provide Ukraine with adequate support, but also to fill our own depleted stocks. I would also like to invite you to support Sweden's bid to become the 32nd NATO member. I have a strong feeling it is still possible to achieve ahead of the Vilnius summit. Sweden deserves to take this important step together with Finland. Finally, I call on you to seriously consider the future of the Ukrainian state. Whenever the war ends, Ukraine cannot be left in the gray zone anymore. Open door is not enough. Political measures must be taken to bring Ukraine as close to the alliance as it is currently possible. Without Ukraine becoming part of the transatlantic community, there will be no long-lasting peace and security in Europe. Dear guests, our duty today is to find a way out of these dark and difficult times. We must do everything it takes to ensure that Putin never dares to test our boundaries and NATO's resolve again. We have to demonstrate our most solid ability to defend each inch of the alliance from the very first minute. Ukraine is currently buying us valuable time at a massive price. We have no right to waste it, and we must not to be late. We have each other and shared values to rely on. That is a priceless pillar we should never doubt or trade away. We also have a collective duty to stay on the right side of the history, and that is what we shall do. Thank you.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Lithuania.
Thank you to His Excellency, President of the Republic of Lithuania, for the opening address. Dear colleagues, let us move now to the next part of our meeting. We have 3 sessions ahead of us today. We will start with an overview of the global security challenges facing our Euro-Atlantic community, stressing that we do not live in isolation from challenges in our neighborhood or in other regions of the world, and that we need the like-minded countries of the world to come together in order to ensure a world order based on international rules. In the second session, we will discuss how NATO must respond to these challenges, how it must adapt and transform to continue to succeed in its core mission. The third session will focus on our short and long-term support to Ukraine, whose fate will largely determine the security of the Euro-Atlantic community as a whole. One of the key issues at this session will also be what we need to do to ensure that Ukraine is firmly integrated into the Euro-Atlantic security architecture. Each session will start with introductory presentations of up to 10 minutes. The presentations will be followed by a debate, which will be open for interventions, not exceeding 5 minutes each. On your desks, you will find cards to register for a discussion. If you wish to make an intervention during a discussion, please indicate the session you want to intervene and fill in other requested information on the registration paper and return it to the Secretariat in the plenary chamber. I will chair the whole meeting myself, except for a few bilateral meetings, and also together with Mr. Žygimantas Pavilionis, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, who will replace me if need be, and my advisor, Rolandas Kačinskas. So we will be free assisting all of you today. Many delegations have also asked whether there will be a conclusion or a joint declaration after this high-level meeting. A joint declaration is not foreseen, as this was not the main purpose of this meeting, and in addition, different parliamentary leaders and parliaments have different mandates on foreign policy and national security issues. However, I, as a chair of the event, have prepared a draft of chair's conclusions, what at least we in Parliament would like to see as a conclusion of our meeting today. And on the basis of these, I will make a summary at the end of the meeting, and I invite you to read the draft conclusions that will be distributed to all of you shortly, and to make amendments or corrections if you see it necessary. So, a few more announcements on the House rules about tomorrow's trip to a military base. Pre-registered participants will go to the Pobrade training ground, as the number of participants is quite strictly observed. And please note that comfortable shoes and clothing are necessary, as it's not going to be as comfortable as here in the plenary session, so just keep that in mind, please. And here we go. We can turn now to our discussion, and it is my great pleasure to invite as a first speaker Senator Joëlle Garriaud-Maylam, President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, to take the floor and to deliver her address first. Please.
Madame la Présidente du Seimas de Lituanie, pardonnez-moi.
Madam Speaker, well, I do apologize, but I'm going to speak French. So those who need interpretation, please put on your headphones. So, Madam Speaker, chairs, speakers of parliaments, members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, let me thank the President of the Republic of Lithuania, as well as the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, for organizing this wonderful event in Vilnius, ahead of NATO summit in Vilnius, where heads of state and government will meet. Last year, this plenary hall held the spring session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We then expressed our solidarity with Ukraine. Therefore, I'd like to congratulate our colleagues from Lithuania who provided us with support for many years and who have warned us about the threats posed by the Russian Federation and about the criminal acts by the Russian Federation. We are well aware of its criminal act that Russia has undertaken back on the 24th of February last year. The Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania and the people of Lithuania have shown solidarity with Ukraine. But Lithuania and its people showed its solidarity with Ukraine for many years, even before the aggression. Lithuania demonstrated its courage and pledged everyone to contribute in every possible way to the victory of Ukraine. Today, we see that Lithuania is again at the forefront, showing its leadership and determination when it comes to the security of NATO and the entire world. We see threats to the world order. Therefore, parliamentary diplomacy has to play its important role. I'm therefore very happy with an opportunity provided today to speak about the ways that we can strengthen support and assistance to Ukraine and to strengthen our transatlantic alliance. I am grateful to each and every one of you for supporting the activities of the Parliamentary Assembly. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly has been functioning for 70 years now. I am privileged to be the president of this assembly for several years now. Several hundred members from various parliaments provide the Parliamentary Assembly with various proposals and are important partners in maintaining cooperation between governments and citizens. We are accountable to our citizens. We therefore have to send their message to the heads of state. Our last session took place in Luxembourg, and we adopted two very important declarations with regard to the NATO summit in Vilnius and with regard to our support for Ukraine. The resolutions have clearly defined the role of NATO in this complex world. The vision is based on a very simple idea. Today, we are facing strategic rivals. Russia and other autocracies are trying to undermine the international rules-based order. Our assembly believes that we have to respond in line with our values that have been enshrined in NATO treaty. These values include democracy, fundamental human rights and freedoms, and the rule of law. These are the values that underpin the rules-based order. And these are the values that are the reason for Russia's attack against Ukraine. Ukrainians are defending themselves. We therefore have to step up our effort in providing support to Ukraine. We will stand with Ukraine as long as Ukraine wins this war. We have to make every effort to isolate Russia and to report about all the crimes committed both by the Russian, Belarusian and Iranian regimes. We have to ensure that the crimes against humanity and actions of genocide are persecuted. Our assembly is in favor of the establishment of the special tribunal. Our major goal is to assist Ukraine, but already now we have to think about the future. Therefore, our assembly called for the global reconstruction plan, for the adoption of the plan based on the Marshall Plan. We have developed the plan which shows that we are ready and we are willing to help Ukraine and the Ukrainian parliament. The declaration also clearly states that Ukraine belongs to the Euro-Atlantic family, that it will become a NATO member country one day, and it is high time we thought about other stages of NATO membership, of Ukraine's membership of NATO. Despite the war in Ukraine, Ukraine is taking the path towards NATO membership. In the declaration, we have also stressed how important it is to provide security guarantees for Ukraine. A few days ago in Bratislava, President Macron stressed the importance of those guarantees for Ukraine, because today Ukraine is defending the security of all European countries. The meeting of foreign affairs ministers in Oslo has also stressed the same. Russia's war against Ukraine is a proof of the brutal actions. A few years ago, NATO was asked to recognize these threats. We now have a new NATO concept with our democratic values at its center. We are convinced that parliaments will have to play their important role. The strategic concept will now have to be turned into concrete actions. Our assembly believes that it is important to establish the Democracy Resilience Center within the NATO framework. We repeated this during our meeting in Luxembourg, and I will repeat the same request during the NATO summit to be held in Vilnius this summer. I am asking you to talk to your governments and to call on your governments to join our initiative. The summit in Vilnius will also be dedicated to NATO's adaptation. Once Finland joined NATO, we will be looking forward to Sweden's membership, hopefully with the help of Turkey and Hungary. Sweden will be participating in the NATO summit in Vilnius as the 32nd member country of NATO. We have to strengthen the deterrence and the deterrence strategy, especially in the eastern flank of NATO. We have to promote the establishment of military and defense infrastructure. We have to also rely on other partners when fighting the increasing power of China, terrorism, hybrid threats, instabilities in our neighborhood, climate change, information warfare, and other challenges. The challenges are multifaceted and very complex. We therefore have to step up our efforts in defense spending capabilities. We therefore have to increase defense spending to 2% or even beyond 2%. We also have to strengthen our industrial base and to create a resilient military industry. In the Vilnius summit, we will provide our recommendations. Let me assure you that the NATO Parliamentary Assembly will play its role and that NATO is ready to defend every inch of its territory, its values, and to support Ukraine till victory. All parliamentarians play a vital role in this. Therefore, I am grateful to you for your engagement, both in the past, now, and in the future. Thank you for your solidarity. Thank you for your unity and your determination. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your address. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Talat Xaferi, President of the Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia. Please, the floor is yours. And dear colleagues, I remind you that should you want to make an intervention, please fill in the paper and will be given the floor. Please.
Distinguished Madam President Victoria Chmilytin-Nielsen, distinguished Madam President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, dear colleagues, I'm particularly honored for having the opportunity to address you today on a topic that is of pivotal importance for the current developments of the alliance, but also for its future. Holding this high-level meeting in today's format for the first time in the history of NATO carries itself both the symbolic and the necessity for exchange of opinions about our prospective activities as allies on all levels of powers, including our activities on global scale. Distinguished, the multilateralism has been the cornerstone on which the modern international legal order has been founded, an instrument uniting the states that respect the democratic values, yet providing at the same time equal treatment of individual states in their rights and obligations in these international organizations. Within this framework, NATO, since its establishment as a regional multilateral organization, has been a strong advocate for close cooperation with other international organizations having global or geographically determined modus operandi. Its contribution to provide security of Western Europe, the enlargement towards the east, towards the Western Balkan region, and currently towards the north of Europe, as well as its peacekeeping missions and provision of assistance in numerous states around the world, transformed NATO into a global partner and exporter of peace and stability in the world. My state, the Republic of North Macedonia, is an example of a state being an important, while today we are an exporter of peace, an active partner and contributor to the alliance. By achieving this strategic goal, which is a majority determination of all our citizens, we have succeeded to protect the independence and territorial integrity, the inviolability of internationally recognized borders, but also to promote good neighborly policy and stability of the wider region. Our efforts to contribute to the global peace and security represent a guide for our institutions in their continuous capacity building, as well as promotion of capabilities for participation in international missions and operations of NATO, as well as those of the European Union and the United Nations. The established system of functioning of NATO provided us until recently to appropriately react in conflict prevention and resolution and to cope with the growing challenges whose nature, shape and complexity are more and more shifting and evolving. The new global security and geopolitical trends carry security threats for the state that require building more appropriate response mechanisms and collective actions by all stakeholders. The changes in the security environment do not leave room to comprehend the threats as isolated ones, as it was the case before, but rather require modernization of capacities and preparedness for a more decisive action. I would particularly outline here the growing threats from third countries: climate change, pandemics, hybrid threats, fake news and disinformation, the fragility of the supply chains, dependence from the strategically significant resources, as well as the artificial intelligence. Esteemed colleagues, today, unfortunately, we are witnessing different interpretation of the implementation and focusing of multilateralism and the introduction of the new models of so-called alternative democracy. Such system of order provide themselves internal legal guarantees for unlimited ruling power, for justified demonization of political opponents and negation and criminalization of the freedom of speech. What is even more worrying in this tendency is their tendency to export of this remodeled democracy beyond their borders, so that they attract new states to this newly created order. Among the instruments they use to deny the global democratic landscape are the hybrid threats, fake news, as well as disinformation that directly influence the safety of our societies, and this is done without the use of any army or weaponry. Their targeted influence through an ideological war affects our democratic resilience, decreases the trust of the citizens in the democratically elected institutions as well as parliaments, including the perception that the institutions do not have capacity to handle such developments. Our region, the Western Balkans, is a living example of all these activities, especially in the last decade. The question which arises here is whether NATO is changing and if we, as member states and as parliaments, contribute to this change and its adaptation to the future. I'm personally confident that we successfully coped with the problem so far and that we have never been more united in the history of the Alliance for existence and promotion of its values and capabilities on the world's political security arena. In this complex multipolar world, the challenges globalization and multilateralism, as states and as politicians, we have to act promptly and prevent this fragmentation, since it represents a serious threat for the whole planet. We have no other alternative but to continue to fight and safeguard the system of the rule of law over the system of rule of force and changing our borders by use of force. Our battle must decisively continue through strengthening of the existing partnerships and search for new creative partnerships and alliances with states and organizations that still believe in the world founded on democratic and liberal values, their protection for long-standing sustainability and resilience to these negative processes. We, as representatives of our people, are left with the responsibility to continue to promote the faith, the rightness of multilateralism as the only mechanism that ensures peace and prosperity in the world. In the end, I would like to congratulate our hosts for the successful organization of this meeting here today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Now I would like to invite to take the floor His Excellency Mr. Augusto Santos Silva, President of the Assembly of the Republic of Portugal. Please, the floor is yours.
Madam President, dear colleagues, first of all, I welcome the initiative of the Seimas to convene this high-level meeting of the presidents of the parliaments of NATO. And I think and hope that this is the first of many meetings of this kind to come. You know, Portugal is a founding member of NATO, the political and military alliance to which we belong. The Portuguese membership of NATO enjoys very broad multi-party support in Portugal, in the Portuguese Parliament, as well as within Portuguese society. So there is no ambiguity in the Portuguese position. Today's fundamental issue for NATO is the Russian war against Ukraine and the need to support Ukraine's legitimate right to self-defense. Russia's continuous aggressive behavior is our current main threat, underlining the core mission of NATO, defense and deterrence. And this is the first idea I wanted to propose in this intervention. In order to respond to this threat, to the Russian threat, but also in order to address other risks and challenges, such as international terrorism and China's assertiveness, as identified in our strategic concept, we need to have a 300 degrees approach. Since we live in a world of global interdependencies, that requires a global vision and a global approach from NATO. And this is my second idea, the need for us to have a 360 degrees approach. To a global world, we need a global attitude from our side. A 360 degrees logic implies that we shall also consider not only our east flank, but also our south flank, especially when we witness an increased aggressive behavior of Russia in Africa, as well as military and diplomatic investments of Moscow in the Sahel region, in Central Africa, and in Southern Africa. So in order to fulfill our main mission of defense and deterrence, in order to implement this mission with a 360 degrees approach, we have also to look into our south. This is my third idea. And believe me, the Portuguese military and the Portuguese diplomats can witness it, because we have military working in training missions and in peace missions and operations in Mali, and we can witness the way in which the Russians are spoiling the efforts of the international community right there. and same goes to the Republic, the Central African Republic, and same goes right now to the Southern African region. No doubt that our defense and deterrence capacities are focused today on the eastern flank. No doubt on that. Meanwhile, this has implications also in the south. On the other hand, our defense and deterrence will be stronger if supported by NATO's other main tasks, namely crisis management and cooperative security. The reinforcement of strategic partnerships, the theme of this session, the reinforcement of strategic partnerships, pursuing a multi-targeted partnership policy with other regions is also essential for the security of the North Atlantic. And in my view, this means two priorities: the political dialogue with our African partners and the strengthening of our ties with our allies in the Indo-Pacific regions. These are two strategic issues for NATO if we want to fulfill rightly all our three missions, including the defense and deterrence task. This is my fourth and last idea that I propose to our collective reflection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your intervention and important insights about the need for a 360-degree approach. That's why we invited to share our views on the global approach to the security and defense challenges in this session. And now I would like to give the floor to Madame Valérie Rabault, First Vice President of the National Assembly of France, please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, chère Victoria. Merci pour votre invitation.
Thank you, dear Victoria. I'm glad to be here in Vilnius and to see so many friendly faces in this wonderful plenary chamber in the Seimas. Ladies and gentlemen, it has already been said that this meeting of speakers of NATO member countries, and I thank all those for hosting this event. We're here a month ahead of the NATO summit, so this is a very rare opportunity for us to speak ahead of our governmental representatives. We have a wonderful chance to discuss our differences that will help us to adopt better decisions in July. I want to mention three things. First of all, I want to express our strong support for Ukraine and its people. And I'm very happy to see here among us Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. The war launched against Ukraine has undermined the international law-based order. This is the war that we all have to engage in. As yesterday said Mr. Macron in Bratislava, today we have to help Ukraine in all ways possible in order for Ukraine to be able to launch a counter offense in an effective way. This will help to ensure sustainable peace. We have to take on every effort to help Ukraine in always possible. In France, we provide Krotar and Cesar defense systems to Ukraine. During the Crimea Forum in Zagreb, I have mentioned that the longer this crisis and conflict takes, the better opportunities can be taken by our adversaries. And the more public support we have for Ukraine, the more
physical and financial support we can provide for this country in order to ensure rules-based order. The second topic is NATO and its borders. First of all, we can take pride in the force of our alliance and its capacity to ensure the security of its borders. And we should not forget our American friends here that contribute very substantially in helping Ukraine. France has also made its bid in ensuring this securing and defending the flank in Romania and Lithuania. France and Germany will send a joint brigade for defense in July in Vilnius. The membership of Finland and Sweden in NATO will ensure security in the Baltic Sea region. We need to ensure security guarantees within the NATO for Ukraine. Heads of state and governments of our countries will decide on the concrete steps to implement it. On my part, I've invited chairs of the foreign affairs committees to express their support to Ukraine and join NATO for strong NATO guarantee. This message is very important for us and especially for Russia, because we have to speak about peace here. We cannot allow this conflict to be frozen. We have to ensure territorial integrity and inviolability of borders. I have not forgotten that it is very difficult to implement all these objectives, especially the growing power of China and the fact of cooperation between China and Russia in different infrastructural projects. Mr. Silva has mentioned that we have to speak about global NATO. Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary General of NATO, has mentioned that we have to speak about three challenges. First, we have to ensure strategic power in different parts of the world. We also have to work together with the USA. And finally, we have to remember different challenges of technological developments and the problems of climate change. This global NATO is a vision that we have. This will help us to ensure cooperation. It is very important to ensure the cooperation between NATO and the European Union. And finally, in the recent years, the European Union managed to react in a very quick manner, and 67 billion euros was allocated for supporting Ukraine and receiving refugees, including other types of assistance, and building independence from Russian energy resources. It is very important for us to increase our military budgets. In France, we have earmarked that in the coming 6 years, our defense budget will be 413 billion euros. This is extremely important. We see that countries in the Pacific have larger military budgets than that of the European countries. We also see a very important change in Europe. When we speak about security, we have to bear in mind cooperation with other regions and countries, especially in the areas of cybersecurity, space, and maritime security. We should not forget support for Ukraine as well, and we should also fight the interference of other countries into our policies. Speaking about the European Union, we have to think about the European Union as the main supporter of NATO. In NATO, we have to speak about the integration and about the enlargement of organization and the membership in the EU of Western Balkan countries. We have to implement all the goals that I've mentioned. The President of France mentioned the day before yesterday that we have to look for ways to employ innovative solutions by including and involving Western Balkans, Moldova and Ukraine in the EU in addressing different challenges such as economic integration, the rule of law.
Cette force européenne, c'est nous qui pouvons la porter et la concrétiser.
We should not ask when or if, but we have to ask how we should ensure enlargement and to ensure that the EU is a strong ally of NATO.
Thank you, dear Valerie. And now I would like to ask to invite to take the floor Dame Rosie Winterton, Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons of the United Kingdom. Please, the floor is yours.
Madam Speaker, it's an honour to be here today at this high-level meeting, as others have said. The first time NATO speakers, vice speakers and senior parliamentary colleagues have met in this way. And I add my congratulations to Lithuania for bringing us together at such a crucial time before the NATO summit in July. Sir Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker of the UK Parliament, was extremely disappointed not to be able to be here, but he is very supportive of speakers meeting in this way to strengthen the links between our parliaments and NATO. NATO epitomises the importance of global alliances. So I know we are particularly pleased to welcome Finland as the latest addition to NATO and to see the first Deputy Speaker here today with his colleagues. I'm also pleased to see the Swedish representation, and I hope that at the main summit in July, we will see Sweden as the next newest full member of NATO. These are historic changes in strengthening our collective security. As so many others have said, the war in Ukraine is truly horrendous. The UK is resolute in its support and unwavering commitment to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people as they face Putin's Russia, the most acute threat to our security. That conflict embodies so many challenges, not just the illegal invasion of a sovereign nation, but the weaponization of fuel and food supplies and the constant threat of Russia using its nuclear capability. So I know we all welcome the Speaker of the Ukraine Parliament here today, and at the main summit in July, the UK supports Ukraine moving to a new, closer relationship with NATO, as our Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said in Moldova yesterday. The UK Speaker has welcomed President Zelensky to our Parliament, first in March 2022, when he addressed us via screens installed in the COVID pandemic in the chamber of the House of Commons, which are now known as the Zelensky screens. And in February this year, we were able to welcome him in person to our Parliament, and colleagues across the House of Commons and the House of Lords stood united together to hear him speak. Of course, NATO's partners stretch much further than Ukraine. Partners like Moldova, Georgia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, who are also anxious about the threat from Russia. Partners around Asia-Pacific, which are on the front line of disruption and threats from China. Our southern partners, who are on the front line of terrorist threats. And partners who are like-minded countries who share our democratic values and wish to protect democracy from cyber threats emerging from malign actors who wish to cause disruption. We are all facing a huge number of challenges at home in our own countries and globally together. Climate change affects us all. It knows no borders. Populations move away from areas where there have been floods or extreme heat, or where they cannot grow food, and mass migration puts pressure on the receiving countries, which can lead, as we know, to political pressure within the countries, as well as the opportunity for terrorism threats to develop. In this uncertain world, we need allies, and the global organization, that is NATO, is the most successful defensive alliance. Our shared commitment to Article 5 of the treaty is our most powerful deterrent. And it is very symbolic to be in Lithuania today, a country that is also on that front line, as it has been so many times in its history. NATO has set itself an ambitious new strategic concept. Although the true challenge was not writing the document, it will be agreeing the action plan that allows us to achieve this ambition. And gathering here as senior parliamentarians, we have an exciting opportunity, not just to meet each other and exchange views, but to take action when we get back home. High-level events such as this allow us to link not only together with colleagues in our own national parliaments who regularly engage with NATO issues, such as those who attend the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, but also we can draw in others at this crucial time. Together, we in this room can promote the work of NATO in our parliaments to maintain the trust, confidence, and support of those parliamentarians who are not able to be with us here today. And here in Vilnius, as I've said, the threat faced from Russia is tangible. It is on Lithuania's doorstep, which is why having the NATO summit here in July is such an historic moment. And parliaments and parliamentarians are in a unique position, and I would say have a responsibility to explain how the work of NATO and this key forthcoming summit affects our citizens' everyday lives. Because it is no longer about what might be seen as traditional defense spending, but it is about so many wider issues: energy supply, climate change, population movement. NATO member states are committed to spending at least 2% of GDP on defense. But now we need to get there at a time when there are many cost pressures for our respective governments and our citizens. Engaging with our citizens and explaining the urgency in achieving these goals at a time when I say they face financial pressures themselves. That's where we have a vital role to play as democratically elected parliamentarians. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly met recently in Luxembourg, as has been said, and the UK Speaker, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, has asked me to emphasise his strong intention to ensure that our Parliament has a full and thorough debate ahead of the July NATO Leaders Summit. so that parliamentarians can use that opportunity to not only explain the changes and decisions which will be made at the summit, but also to show our citizens that our Parliament is fully involved and informed about the vital work of NATO. So this meeting is a unique opportunity to exchange those ideas on how we can use our privileged positions as speakers, vice speakers, and distinguished members of our national parliaments to make NATO's strategic concept a reality for the people we represent. But as I say, this is not only an opportunity, it is a duty on all of us to show how important our democratic institutions are, why we have a respect for an international rules-based order, and why we must and will defend them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your address. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Giulio Tremonti, Chairman of the Foreign and European Community Affairs Committee of Chamber of Deputies of Italy. And dear colleagues, today Italy celebrates Festa della Repubblica, Italian National Day and Republic Day. So let's extend our heartfelt congratulations.
Until yesterday, political geography of Europe was visible on two lines. The first was pan-European, the ancestral idea of Europe from the Atlantic to the US. This is example in Charles de Gaulle. The second one was inspired by the trend towards a progressive economic integration between Europe and Russia, from the old German Ostpolitik, arriving to the new gas stream network. Putin's war changed everything and dramatically. But not only the war is changing our history. In addition, Europe is facing the evolution of globalization in a new, fragmented and furious world. In this geopolitical scenario, which is the position of Europe? There are two graphics which to be presented at table. One is to sit with your name written on the place card. The other one is with your name, but written on the menu among the dishes available. The copyright Europe Great Again is by Prime Minister Bonsies in his speech in Heidelberg last year. It's right. No Europe without NATO, but no NATO without a stronger Europe. Great Europe Again requires a new European political machinery with a new political software and with a new constitutional hardware. New problems cannot be solved by all means indeed. New political software today embraces a dogmatic idea of democracy is dominant. As an effect, Europe is divided in two parts. One which is supposed to be totally democratic, the other one which is considered not enough. The last example of this division was in January 2001, when Poland was condemned by the European Court of Justice, declaring Poland out of the rule of law. Few days after, it was the opposite because of solidarity expressed by Poland to Ukraine. European leaders who asked for the condemnation and sanctions against Poland praised it. Europe cannot be based on an artificial separation between elite and people, between modernity and traditions. Where you don't know the past, you lose the future. And this is relevant when, in so many parts of Europe, memory means sufferings and victories of peoples. Traditions, Let me quote Churchill: "A love for tradition has never weakened a nation. Indeed, it has strengthened nations in their hour of peril." Let me remember a personal episode. Some years ago, I was invited for a lesson by the Ratzinger Foundation in a town in the northern part of Poland. After the lesson, walking in the street with the bishop, women note as a sign of respect. Respect to the bishop, not to me. Do you really think that European Union, founded by great men, can be led by technicians? Do you really think that Europe can stand as the Angelus Novus, the symbolic figure which moves forward with its head turned back? Following the elite, Europe is losing its soul, drawn in the liquid of finance, and cannot be so. The old European triad, liberté, égalité, fraternité, is still better than the last failed triad, globalité, marché, monnaie. Looking to the new believer, Pope Francis, in his speech at Budapest University, spoke of bridges as a symbol of the necessary union of European culture. Putin destroyed any bridge. Inside Europe, we must do the opposite. In addition, today, I see the risks of fluid doctrines, forgetting family and nativity, imposing to everybody a new, neutral, and artificial European identity. Just to be clear, the cancel culture or the new gender culture, speaking only of individual rights, ignoring collective duties, is producing dramatic social effects. The decadence of Roman Empire starts with Emperor Elagabalus, men during the day, women during the night. Today, our welfare state is working from cradle to the grave. Today, our demographic curves are dramatic. In a very short time, no credits, no welfare state, no public health, no pensions. This is not relevant for happy few people. This is a tragedy for the masses of people and consequently it's a tragedy for Europe. No democracy without a demography. New political era. A new European constitutional architecture is necessary today for the reasons of new enlargement from Ukraine to other countries. Today we can find intelligent new political visions looking at three different but basic speeches. In Paris, President Macron; in Krakow, Chancellor Scholz; in Heidelberg, Prime Minister Morawiecki. We must work on these political materials. Flashback. In 2003, in the program for the Italian European semester, the proposal was to issue Eurobond for financing European infrastructures and for military industry. I'm grown old, but I remember that at the time, the reaction to these proposals was negative. The orthodox reaction was purely financial, no more public debt, even if European. The British reaction was very political. No, this should be nation building. Exactly. Nation building. Now, 2 decades after, we have European debt and we are inside the war. During the other war, in December 1941, in the Manifesto di Ventotene, and European foreign policy and then European defense were defined essential for the building of Europe. Time has come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now the floor is open for those who have signed up to make an intervention. At the moment, we have 6 colleagues. If you feel like adding to this list, please do. And first, I would like to invite His Excellency Gordon Jandrokovic, Speaker of the Croatian Parliament. And next is Her Excellency Daniela Djurovic. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Not only does the war in Ukraine represent a global security challenge, but it has become a major challenge in various domains of global economy. Disrupted critical supply chains, energy, food, to name but a few. In order to have the most effective resilience in such an interconnected world, we must join forces with those with whom we share common values. That said, with Finland, our alliance has become stronger and the Euro-Atlantic area more secure. We hope we won't wait long for our Swedish friends to join. The very fact that Finland and Sweden, after decades of neutrality, decided to become NATO members is another proof that the global security circumstances have changed dramatically. We must remain mindful. Russia is not relenting in spreading its malign influence on the borders of our alliance and beyond. We observe this daily and closely in our neighboring Western Balkans. We also see Russia spreading its reach, including by Wagner Group, around the global south. They are gaining enough experience on the ground to be taken as an imminent threat to NATO security. We see their involvement in various trade activities, influencing local affairs in different countries, either economically or politically, on a broader spectrum. And we must do our utmost not to let autocrats win the battle of narratives anywhere. So we have to constantly promote order against chaos, freedom against dependence, prosperity versus poverty. In order to succeed in this, it is crucial for our alliance to adopt a comprehensive strategy. It needs to include hard and soft policies, international and regional engagement approach, as well as increased diplomatic and security cooperation. NATO's communication, coordination and coherence with other international organizations such as UN, EU and the African Union should be strengthened through existing initiatives and the tailor-made ones in the future. Dear colleagues, as the most successful military alliance in the world, NATO has timely recognized the importance of the values-based cooperation. The NATO 2030 agenda, agreed by NATO leaders at the Brussels 2021 summit, seeks to strengthen NATO's global cooperation with the like-minded partners. One of the main goals in this sense remains the defense of the rules-based international order and its institutions. Meanwhile, we know that Beijing's growing assertiveness presents a geostrategic challenge. And at the same time, NATO and China are still not adversaries. So we should be pragmatic and try to find common ground where possible. In this vein, Asian Pacific partners with their respective know-how and knowledge of their region are of great importance to the alliance. There is definitely room for broadening cooperation with this group of partners. Russian aggression of Ukraine, terrorism, climate change, hybrid and cyber threats, emerging and disruptive technologies, and the misuse of artificial intelligence, this is quite an extensive list of challenges. Indeed, they have galvanized the globe, giving additional strength to others. By this, of course, I mean autocratic regional and global actors. Some of them clearly seek to undermine the rules-based international order. In accordance with our 360 degrees approach, along with Asian Pacific partners, the upcoming NATO summit represents an opportunity to gather partners at risk, such as Bosnia and Herzegovina, Georgia, Moldova, as well as partners from the south. That's why I believe one of our deliverables should be to communicate messages of support to the regions of NATO strategic importance, the Western Balkans and the Black Sea area, as well as to the global south. NATO must be alert and keep in mind that many latent conflicts make these regions extremely volatile and prone to various harmful influences. That is why continuous vigilance remains crucial, as well as our steady coordination and unbroken unity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to give the floor to Her Excellency Daniela Djurovic, President of the Parliament of Montenegro, and next is Her Excellency Madam Urška Klakočar-Zupančić. Please.
Thank you very much, dear Victoria, dear distinguished colleagues, speakers of the parliaments, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to have the opportunity to address you on behalf of the Parliament of Montenegro at this important parliamentary event leading up to the summit, which I'm convinced will reaffirm our unity and solidarity, as well as NATO's role as a foundation of our collective defense. Due to the fact that we live in a time of constant crisis, our alliance keeps facing and adapting to the new global challenges in order to be able to successfully respond to threats from all directions, from the east, the south, cyberspace, and outer space. Repercussions of the Russian aggression against Ukraine are global. In this sense, the importance of the joint actions of NATO members and other partner countries sharing the same position in relation to the aggression is even greater. We have to talk about common approaches to global security challenges threatening NATO interests, to share our points of view through deeper political engagement, and to seek specific areas for cooperation in addressing out common security issues. In this context, I welcome the decision to increase political and practical support to our partner countries threatened by Russia's actions, especially to Bosnia and Herzegovina, Georgia, and Moldova. It is important that NATO remains engaged in building up their integrity and resilience, developing capabilities, maintaining their political independence and state sovereignty. In this sense, Montenegro supported the development of the defense capacity building package for Bosnia and Herzegovina and allocated significant financial resources for this purpose. Given the current developments in the Western Balkans region, we call for more coordinated NATO-EU approach to this region. Montenegro sees this as an important prerequisite for the region's overall resilience to all challenges that we are facing. With our Asia-Pacific partners, we share a common interest in strengthening the international order based on clear rules. Activities with AP4 partners are essential in various areas, including cyber defense, new technologies, and countering disinformation. Due to the complex security challenges in Europe and the Euro-Atlantic area, the need to intensify NATO-EU cooperation has increased significantly in the last few years. Bearing in mind that 21 EU members and 4 EU candidate countries are also part of NATO, as well as that 90% of the EU population live under the NATO umbrella, there is a clear need to coordinate activities of those two organizations in dealing with common security challenges. An important feature of our alliance is that it does not aspire to become a military alliance outside of the Euro-Atlantic framework, but rather strive to develop partnership and cooperation with other regions in order to achieve security and stability at the global level. This cooperation seeks to strengthen mutual understanding, support the rule of law, and promote common values as the foundation of the international order. Dear colleagues, Montenegro firmly believes that the open door policy is one of the most successful NATO policies, and we are happy to see further promotion of this approach. In a historic turn in their security policies, Finland and Sweden decided to join alliance whereby the alliance itself proved that its door remained open. We stand for the right of every nation to choose its own path, which we have clearly demonstrated by the acceleration ratification procedure with regard to the accession protocols for those two countries in the Parliament of Montenegro. We welcome the recent accession of Finland and look forward for Swedish to become a member of NATO, I believe, by the upcoming summit in Vilnius. Looking ahead, we see Ukraine as part of the Euro-Atlantic family. We stand by our 2008 decision that Ukraine will become a member of NATO and by principles of underpinning the open door policy. The support we have been providing for years, and especially since February 2022, it's a clear sign of long-term commitment to Ukraine. We still and we will strongly support the consensus in Vilnius on the need to remain united and stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes and to enable them to prevail in this conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, dear Daniela. Now I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Urška Klakočar-Zupančić, Speaker of the National Assembly of Slovenia, and next will be Madam Elžbieta Viteka.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. NATO has been a cornerstone of peace, stability and cooperation for over 7 decades. As the world changes, its mission has evolved to address an array of complex global challenges. Today, we find ourselves in an interconnected world where these challenges transcend international borders, requiring a united effort to tackle them effectively and confront them collectively. The strength of NATO's partnerships lies in their diversity and inclusivity. Partner countries bring unique perspectives, experiences, and contributions to the table. They enrich NATO's knowledge base, broaden its reach, and enhance its ability to address global security challenges effectively. Furthermore, NATO's partnerships offer opportunities for capacity building and institutional reform, which are essential for the consolidation and strengthening of democratic institutions. These common efforts contribute to the establishment of accountable and effective institutions that uphold democratic values. Moreover, NATO partnerships serve as a powerful tool for building, preserving, and promoting democratic values in an increasingly interconnected world. This summit in Vilnius will be a crucial milestone that should send a signal of unity and solidarity at this challenging time for Euro-Atlantic security. It should focus on promoting political dialogue with partner countries, especially those most vulnerable, namely Ukraine, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Georgia, and Moldova. The summit must reaffirm the right of sovereign nations to walk their own path and to choose their own security arrangements. It is a key part of the United Nations Charter, which obligates all nations to settle disputes peacefully, to respect sovereign borders, and to refrain from threatening or using force. We must commit to stay firmly on the side of Ukraine, not only because it is the morally right thing to do, but also because it serves our common interests. In recent days, it has become clear that other parts of Europe likewise urgently require our attention. We should also focus on the Western Balkans and step up efforts to help solve the Kosovo-Serbia dispute. Further instability in Europe as Russia's war rages in Ukraine must be avoided at all costs, which is why we are pleased the strategic concept has identified the Western Balkans as a region of strategic importance for the alliance. We live in a dangerous world and can no longer afford to treat defense as up for debate. It is the fulcrum of our freedom and prosperity. Military capabilities are undoubtedly the linchpin of the alliance, but we should not underestimate the significance of NATO partnerships as a tool for preserving democratic values such as individual liberty, the rule of law, human rights, and the promotion of democratic institutions on a global scale. My dear colleagues, I do hope that peace shall be reached and will prevail soon. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Elżbieta Witek, Speaker of the Sejm of Poland, and next in line is Mr. Richard Scholz.
Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the war started by the criminal regime of Vladimir Putin, the whole world, including the North Atlantic Alliance, are faced with a completely new geopolitical situation and the necessity to take action to create a new architecture of global security. In the speeches that we have just heard, the theme of the threat stemming from Russia's imperial policy resounded particularly significantly, but there was also information about other threats or challenges that we will have to face together. There was mention of China, terrorism, modern technologies, artificial intelligence, nuclear weapons, or effects of climate change or migration. There were, in those speeches, proposals of solutions. In short, we might characterize them as more cooperation based on common democratic values adapted to global challenges, proposals of more partnership and less national egoism. Stronger NATO adapted to new global challenges and a safer international environment. There is a kind of consensus in the sphere of declarations, whereas when we talk about detailed solutions, we still have a lot of work ahead of us. Despite some pessimistic diagnoses signaled by some leaders, it turned out that NATO was a credible and reliable and effective partner when the moment of trial came. However, the existence of NATO alone was not a sufficient guarantee and a sufficient deterrent to restrain such criminals like Putin from starting a cruel and ruthless war. Based on this diagnosis, we are jointly looking for solutions that will make the North Atlantic Alliance and its partners even stronger and safer. We have welcomed the decisions signaled at the NATO summit in Madrid in June last year, namely, in the context of recognizing Russia in the new strategic concept of the alliance to be the most significant and direct threat to the security of the alliance. Also, the plans to strengthen the presence of NATO along the eastern flank and also to agree on a new model of NATO forces, predicting the creation of a new reserve of high readiness force. Welcoming these plans, we look forward to the Vilnius summit in July, and we hope that this Vilnius will not only show the unwavering unity and determination of the allies and to accelerate NATO's adaptation to a new era of strategic rivalry, but above all, we expect full implementation of last year's summit findings. I strongly believe that in the face of the new global challenges that we have been talking today, NATO should remain the main forum for a dialogue and for transatlantic cooperation. We hope, and I address these words to Congressman Mike Turner, chair of the Intelligence Committee in the US Congress, we count on the continuation of American involvement in European security, including by maintaining and strengthening the military presence and participation in joint drills and training. On the other hand, I do share the view that responsibility for the future of the alliance requires its European on members to contribute more to the development of defense capabilities. The leaders of our countries will talk about the increase in defense spending at the Vilnius summit, and in this context, I am also counting on far-sighted and courageous decisions. Poland has decided in this year's budget to spend 3% GDP on defense, but in reality, this will be 4%. This is a huge effort for Poland, but security knows no price. This is why we are making this effort also as regards the growth of the defense industry. Our citizens see it. The feeling of security is growing because we do show our true involvement, and we hope to be able to count on each other. So I call on colleagues from other states, members of NATO, just like Lithuania, who is making the effort, like Poland, to make the effort to take up this huge task, because this is our common goal. This defense of Ukraine, this is also the defense of our independence. And the world is hating Ukraine. Why? Because Ukraine took up the weapons, is fighting, and they are defending themselves, and we need to help them. And we have to do the same in our countries. We need to have the right forces, the right troops, and in order to do it, we need to have more spending, more funding. Because security is above all price. At the end, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my firm conviction that the Vilnius summit should send a really clear political signal to Ukraine in order to further strengthen Ukraine's path to NATO membership. I am pleased to hear that NATO has invited President Zelensky to attend the summit, and I hope that during that summit there will be also a meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Commission at the level of heads of state and government. Our leaders in 1 month will have to face some fundamental decisions. The democratic legitimacy that we have as speakers, and I hope the joint conclusions that I hope we'll be able to signal, will constitute an important sign for our leaders. Therefore, I would like to thank my dear friend Victoria for this very precious initiative to meet, to be able to discuss these very important issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear Elżbieta. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Richard Skols, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of Seimas of Latvia. And next will be Mr. Theo Franken. Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues. First of all, I wanted to thank Lietuvos Seimas for organizing this event, Žygimantas, especially for you, to gathering also the chairs of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Madam Speaker, in your opening remarks for this gathering, you mentioned that there won't be a declaration, there will be a summary after this meeting. Well, I have to say there's great news yesterday. On arrival for all the speakers to Vilnius, the 22 chairs from the 20 NATO member states came out with a very straightforward joint statement on Vilnius summit in relations to Ukraine, calling for a clear expression of invitation for Ukraine to join NATO. I call everyone to echo this message wide and broad. So there is already a strong momentum building prior to the Vilnius summit, and I hope we can deliver. We can deliver, not produce more paper, but really tangible results, and this time tangible results for Ukraine. This said, of course, there are still necessities in our region as well. I do call for the Vilnius summit as well to already talk about the new defense plan for the Baltic region, that since our colleagues from Scandinavia are joining the family, Finland is already there, Sweden is about to join. In relation to Sweden, again, I'll be straightforward. It's a shame that in some NATO member states, where political parties are enjoying absolute majority, they fail to deliver on ratification of Swedish accession to NATO. It is a shame.
and it doesn't look good. Well, with this said, of course, I wanted to talk on not only in relations to our region, where we are right now, Baltics, not the eastern flank, but also the global south. As rightly mentioned, the axis of evil are gaining momentum. It's not only Russia that is undermining international rules-based order. It is Iran, it is China, and those authoritarian regimes, we might, ridiculate that they don't have the power. But then again, let me just mention one organization that for 10 years or so for its existence was really tarnished to, it's unimportant, but it's gaining momentum. It's the BRICS. And let me remind you, BRICS, compiles altogether almost, I think, even more than half of the world's population. And it is something that we have to start thinking about right now. How we get along and how we counter the building danger that is coming from this particular organization. Last but not least, since, well, it's chair's prerogative, the foreign affairs on the joint statement in relation to Ukraine, but I hope the whole alliance shares our view. But in the meantime, it would be also odd to see that in Vilnius summit, we extend official invitation for Ukraine to join NATO while we still have in force Russia-NATO Council Founding Act that is still in force. Does it show us something is wrong? Shouldn't we address, again, that's an elephant in the room at some point. And we should address that as well, that it's not normal, that we are fighting the aggressor. We have designated as aggressor towards NATO in a strategic concept, but we still have enforced a document, a legal document, binding document, by the way, which is called the NATO-Russia Council Founding Act. It's not okay. Last but not least, one thing that I really wanted to share with you, it's the axiom, actually, when it comes to Russia, Kremlin, Putin. Really, nothing provokes more Putin than show of weakness and fear. That is what he really feeds on. And with this, I would conclude with Marie Curie. She once said that there's nothing in life to be afraid. It is only to be understood. So what I really commend to all of us is, let us understand more so we can fear less. Thank you once again for organizing this very important meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Theo Franken, Head of Delegation to NATO Parliamentary Assembly of Chamber of the Representatives of Belgium. And next is Madame de Villa-Chakeliene. Please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. And I think thank you for the invitation as well. I'm not a Speaker of the House. I'm just the head of the Belgian delegation to NATO PA. I think there were a lot of interesting remarks, a lot of interesting speeches. I have some remarks. I didn't make a real text, but I have some remarks I want to make. First of all, when I was jogging this morning, I passed the KGB house, and it makes me very humble. I'm from Western Europe. We never had Russian oppression, so it's always very humble to come here. I feel very humble to speak also about Russia and Russian oppression and about Ukraine. I can say two things. In our public opinion, full membership of NATO for Ukraine, it's not easy. I can say second thing, that there's a lot of questions in my public opinion, in my country, in our democracy, in Belgium, about a lot of attacks on Russian soil. It's not clear. As we all know, truth is the first to lose when it's war. What is the truth? Where is it coming from? Is it with Western delivered weapons? What is happening? It's not really clear. That's something that maybe has to be sorted out. I think there's some red lines that were everybody engaged to. We're delivering a lot of weapons and we're supporting Ukraine. Let that be very, very clear. Belgium is supporting Ukraine for 100%. We're taking care of their refugees, the women, the children, every single day. We're trying to do as good as we can, delivering weapons, delivering humanitarian support, and we will keep on continuing, give full support, diplomatic support also on the summit in Vilnius in a couple of weeks. But there are questions, and I think that we are here also to ask them, because that's our role, that's why we got elected, to ask questions that a lot of people also ask. Then second, on a global approach, a lot of people were talking about, and that's why I do my intervention on this chapter, the global approach. I think it's very important that we keep on emphasizing that new strategic concept, like it was, it got voted and it got adopted last year in Madrid, that we're talking about 360 degrees approach. Everything is linked with everything. And I'm very, very concerned about the South. I'm very concerned about the South. Monday I was at the lecture of Robert D. Kaplan, one of the biggest geopolitical thinkers of our times, in Brussels. He was there invited. And he was talking about the global South and the fact that Europe makes the mistake to see, and NATO makes the mistake to see the Mediterranean as the border of the West. The border is not the Mediterranean, the border is the Sahel. The border is deeper in the south. And we need to find a good way of working together with North African countries and the big Mediterranean region. That's in our own importance, that is in our own interest. And that's also something very, very thing to emphasize. I know that Arab Spring was a failure. There are autocracies, even Tunisia fell, but maybe we have to find, as democracies in the West, to find a way where we defend, like Joël said, defend really clear our values, but find a pragmatic way to start dealing with those countries, because we will need them. When I see illegal immigration and the state of urgency called out by Italy, and illegal immigration making extreme right parties so big in the West, I'm very concerned. We need to find a way to fix Libya. We need to find a way to fix the southern border, because it's undermining all our democracy, and it's making extreme parties way bigger. So that's something I think also on Iran. I made a report on Iran and the Middle East for NATO PA. I presented that 2 weeks ago in Luxembourg. It was a very interesting debate. So I think it's, yes, we need to talk about the East, of course. We need to talk about Ukraine, let that be very clear. They have our full Belgian support. But we need to talk about global approach, and that means that we need to do things also on the South, make better agreements also within NATO, of course, European Union, of course, bilaterally, and I know that Italy is doing a lot, Spain, France. I loved the speech of the French speaker, it was really, really good. But we need also to emphasize that in the Vilnius summit, we cannot only talk about the East, we also need to talk about the South. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I'd like to give the floor to Madam Dovilė Šakalienė, member of National Defense Committee of Seimas, and next and last in our list is Mr. Audronius Ažubalis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Dear colleagues, welcome to Vilnius. We are really happy to see you. And as we are among friends, then I will allow myself to talk about some of the inconvenient topics, because we are already facing certain aspects that were overlooked for a really long time, and we really have to face them now. And another one that I suggest for your attention is the myths that are related to Russia, that were planted by Russia and openly or secretly still cultivated by them, and that influence our decision-making processes, both in NATO and globally. So the first myth, which happily is crumbling already, but still is persistent in the thinking of some serious decision makers, is the non-escalation myth. Non-escalation through concession, through compromises, through non-provocation of Russia. And we all know what cost that has brought upon us when we thought that maybe conceding to Russia will not provoke it. And what do we have now? 7 invasions only during the past 3 decades. When Russia stopped being Soviet Union, well, the Soviet Union, let me remind you, it was not a union. It was a terrible jail. And we were jailed for 50 years, just like other republics of so-called union. They called themselves Russian Federation 3 decades ago. It didn't change their behavior. And our concession cost us what is happening now in Ukraine. It cost us what happened in Georgia, in Moldova, in Sakartvelo, in other countries. So in that sense, I really suggest that when we talk about Russia's threats, when we talk about the pretext it's inventing, we remember just one thing. Russia has never needed any justification for aggression, for invasion, for denying identity of other nations. They are really happily inventing them themselves. And if we do or do not do something to protect our values, to protect freedom of us and our neighbors, it will not influence their decision-making. So just like Anders Fogh Rasmussen said in Copenhagen last week, when I'm asked what Russia thinks about, for example, Ukraine joining NATO, I say, I don't care. We should start caring about our interests, our safety and security. And the second myth is expansion of NATO would provoke Russia. And this myth somehow is still alive, which is really surprising, because when we look historically, every state that was accepted to NATO is not attacked by Russia. We remember how difficult discussion was about Baltic states, how difficult it was to prove that, well, accepting us to NATO will defend us, and how many of those said, no, 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 that would provoke Russia. Did it? It did not. Finland, just now. Remember how Russia was speaking about it just last year. If Finland just moves into that direction, what will happen? Well, Finland is in NATO. Did anything happen? No. So let's make the same decision about Ukraine. Because only the states that are in the club of NATO, those are safe from Russia. So in that sense, expansion of NATO is the best prevention of further expansion of Russian Empire. And the third one, which is also surprisingly still very vivid, is that it's Putin's war and not Russia's war. No, my dear friends, it's not Putin's war. When we look at the imperial expansion tendencies, at the modus operandi of Russia for hundreds of years, not only for decades, the leaders changed, but the modus operandi did not. And when people were talking that, for example, Mr. Yeltsin was the one who tried to bring democracy to Russia, he also brought the precedent of the most destroyed city, if you remember Chechnya. So what we see here is that in this sense, we really ought to open our eyes to what is actually happening there. I've been working with Ukrainian researchers for months, and for 6 months in a row, which shows tendency, so it's not incidental, it's not fragmented. Their research shows that more than 2/3 of Russian society support this war. What is more interesting, I think, for people in this room is that also month after month, very stable number from 32 to 34% of Russians believe that already today, invasion into Baltic countries, so-called special military operation, is justified. 1 out of 3. And also the same number feel that already today, taking the Suwalki corridor is also justified. Also, when asked how many of them would not support invasion into Baltic countries, it's 17%, less than 20. Among the most popular reasons are, for example, our closer cooperation with NATO, discrimination of Russian-speaking population, or if Russian regime would decide that our government is Nazi government, for example, just like Ukrainian government led by Jewish president. So, I mean, we should really understand that our wishful thinking, that maybe they will be rational, they will change their opinion if regime changes, let's not be naive. And I think that also really changes our perspective when we look into the future. So therefore, I think that we should clearly understand that Ukrainian membership will not provoke, but prevent further expansion wave of Russia, and that time is of the essence, because Ukraine does not have unending amounts of people that can be killed in battlefield. We do not have an ending amount of children that can be kidnapped. We do not have what we all have here. I mean, so in this sense, if we really want to help Ukraine win, we should not only provide them means to survive, but we should provide them with means to win. And we, all politicians, especially most of us like me working in security area, we understand this subtle difference, which actually makes a red line. So in that sense, I suggest that our unanimous support to speedy victory of Ukraine, to accession of Ukraine to NATO as soon as the war actions are over, and declaring that very clearly in Vilnius summit is not only our moral obligation, but also pragmatic interest if we really want to stop that bloody empire from spreading, if we really want to prevent further bloodshed, but not only talk about it, but actually prevent it. So let's be realistic and let's be efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker in this session, Mr. Audronius Ažubalis, head of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly delegation of Lithuanian Seimas. Please, Mr.
Thank
Audronius.
you, Madam Speaker. Dear colleagues, today, unfortunately, I will often I allow myself to say that it seems that the situation in Ukraine and in this region is not taken seriously. And political decisions on Ukraine are constantly postponed. Some political leaders trying to find explanation, talking about need of practical support of Ukraine. Nobody arguing with that. Practical support is vital, but it should go hand in hand with political decisions that would bring Ukraine into the NATO. Some like to talk about security guarantees for Ukraine, but we are all perfectly know that there are not other security guarantees except membership in NATO. Security guarantees that are not underpinned by tangible modalities would only generate uncertainty and would not fundamentally address the problem of the gray zones in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, let me repeat myself with a proposal which I brought to the table in Luxembourg in the last spring session. My proposal was that upcoming Vilnius summit is a unique opportunity for allies to issue an invitation to Ukraine to join NATO, provided the accession process would start at the 75th NATO summit in Washington in 2024, and ratification would follow gradually after. Dear colleagues, issuing invitation in Vilnius does not mean that the accession protocols must be signed immediately. Issuing an invitation to Ukraine in Vilnius would send a signal to Moscow that when it comes to Ukraine's NATO membership, the case is closed and the issue has been taken off the table. Proposals to postpone the decision on Ukraine's membership until after the war might be counterproductive, as it could intensify the Kremlin to continue the war effort indefinitely. And at the end, dear my friend Theo, you said that some red lines were crossed by Euro-Atlantic community in their support to Ukraine. Sorry, I disagree. Russia completely crossed all, I would say, red lines, starting from raping women in occupied territories, killing, torturing people, stealing children, bombing the civilian objects. I think it's a clear answer who crossed the red lines. And let me remind, if I'm not mistaken, it was a former French Prime Minister Clemenceau, when he was asked by someone who started the First World War, his answer was, I don't know who started the First World War, but I know for sure that not a Belgium attacked the Germany first. I think this is an answer to your doubts. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to know that now we have the real debate, but unfortunately we have to go into coffee break. So I hope we will continue that after. And dear colleagues, so coffee break from 11:30 till 12. The draft of chair conclusions will be distributed there. And afterwards, we will convene back in this hall at 12 o'clock for a second session on internal transformation, increasing defense spending, strengthening deterrence and defense. Thank you so much. Ну-ка. Karščiau. Kas knapsėjo tie. Vis tik ta Ukraina išlenda, nori, nenori, visur, žinai. Dear colleagues, welcome to the second session on internal transformation, increasing defense spending, strengthening deterrence and defense. We have allocated 1.5 hours for this session, and I would like to invite to take the floor our first keynote speaker, Ambassador Baiba Braje, Assistant Secretary General, and she will deliver the address of Mr. Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary General of NATO. Please.
Labai ačiū.
Thank you very much.
Madam Prime Minister, and good morning to you all, or is it already good afternoon to you all? I'm honored to join you here on behalf of NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, who sends his very warm greetings. Being a politician himself, he really misses you, so he is with you in his mind and spirit. It is, of course, a pleasure to come back to this region, which I have the pleasure of calling home. And to this great country of Lithuania, to my old friends, Lithuania is a strong and steadfast ally which contributes to our shared security in many ways. This is also a wonderful opportunity to address all of you, speakers, leaders, members of parliaments of NATO countries, as we prepare NATO summit just in a few weeks here in Vilnius. You play such a key role in informing and engaging your audiences, publics, on security, on defense, and related matters. Not least, right now, on the need to support Ukraine faster, more, and for as long as it takes, but also to take our own security and defense seriously for the long haul. Indeed, it is very clear to all of us that we must continue to support Ukraine. And we also know how high the stakes are, because if Putin wins, not only it would be a tragedy for Ukraine, but it will also make the whole world more dangerous and all of us more vulnerable. Because if he wins, Putin believes that he can achieve his goals by using force, that he can further chip away at European security, openly trample the rules-based international order, and other authoritarian leaders could feel emboldened to follow his example. We cannot let that happen. Thus, NATO has been supporting Ukraine already since 2014. It's not a new phenomenon, what we all are doing now. That was when Russia illegally annexed Crimea. We did significantly increase our support since February of the last year. Over the last year, allies have provided $150 billion to Ukraine in aid, including 65 billion euros of military aid. Lithuania contributes to this effort significantly, as do other Baltic states and many other countries, not only NATO, but also partners. Military, humanitarian, financial, and other aid. NATO allies have contributed armored vehicles, air defense, and ammunition. They are training Ukrainian forces, equipping new Ukrainian armored brigades, providing cruise missiles, and several allies have now announced that they will train Ukrainian pilots to use Western fighter jets. These just show that there is support to enable Ukraine to fight, but there is also enormous support to ensure Ukrainian will to fight. And this is where our public's role is so important. All of that together puts Ukraine in a strong position on the battlefield. But we also have to be sure that we must ensure that Ukraine prevails as a free and sovereign democratic nation state. So, at the NATO summit in Vilnius, we will welcome President Zelensky. And I expect we will not only step up our practical support for Ukrainians, but also strengthen the political ties between the alliance and Ukraine. We are currently working on a strategic multi-year assistance program. And that is to help Ukraine transition from the old Soviet-era doctrines, equipment, and training to modern NATO standards. The objective is to make Ukraine fully interoperable with NATO forces and help bring the country closer to NATO, where it rightfully belongs. As the Secretary General said when he visited Kyiv in April, Ukraine belongs to Euro-Atlantic family, and its rightful place is in NATO. It is also very clear that NATO's door remains open. Finland joined the alliance a few months ago, and we expect Sweden to follow soon. It's time to welcome Sweden to the alliance. So we all agree that Ukraine will become a member, and we all agree that it is Ukraine and NATO allies that will decide that, not Russia. So Ukraine's future, its long-term security, and its desire for membership will be an important part of our discussions before and at the summit. NATO Vilnius Summit will also be about furthering strengthening our own deterrence and defense. Last year, 31 leaders of NATO recognized that Russia's war of aggression has shattered peace and gravely affected security environment of all of us. They defined Russia as a threat to allies' security and Euro-Atlantic security, and the terrorism as the most significant asymmetric threat. So we are proceeding with strengthening our response to this. And we've been doing that for nearly a decade now. We have increased the readiness of our forces, deployed combat-ready troops to the east of the alliance, and we have invested more in defense. European allies and Canada have spent an additional $350 billion on defense since 2014. What it meant? It meant that when President Putin launched his full-fledged invasion last year, NATO was ready. Within hours, we activated all of our defense plans. We put 40,000 troops under NATO Supreme Allied Commander Europe SACEUR's command, backed by significant air and maritime power. And we strengthened our forward defenses from the Baltic to the Black Sea. But we cannot rest, and we are not resting. We continue to prepare for a more dangerous world and redoubling our efforts to keep our 1 billion citizens safe. At the summit, we expect allies to agree detailed plans set out by our Supreme Allied Commander, General Cavoli. These are the plans for the defense of Europe. The alliance has always had defense plans in place, but these new plans much more accurately reflect our new security reality. They provide precise requirements for what is needed to help transform our militaries so that allies know exactly what forces, capabilities are needed, including where, what, and how to deploy them. We will also train and exercise more together, place more forces on higher readiness, and strengthen our command and control structure. For this, we need the right resources. So when leaders meet next month, they should agree a new defense investment pledge with 2% of GDP for defense as a minimum that we can further build on. It is for us, for our citizens, and for our countries. It is necessary to counter threats and ensure that security, which enables prosperity and everything else, is there. Lithuania sets the example and invests close to 2.5% of its GDP on defense. I applaud Lithuania and other allies that have already announced further increases in their defense budgets. We are moving in the right direction, but we need to do more, and we need to move faster to address the dangers that we face. Investing more in defense at a time when there are so many competing priorities and rising costs of living is not easy. It requires political courage and determination, but we must remember, security is the foundation for our way of life, for everything we do, for our dreams, for our children's future, for our businesses, and everything else. So I count on your continued support in this. The last point I want to make is about resilience. At the summit, we will look at ways to further strengthen the resilience of our societies and critical infrastructure. The war has underlined some key vulnerabilities. Principally, our dependence on Russian oil and gas. Currently, allies successfully are diversifying their supplies, and that is essential. But we also need to be careful not to swap one dependency on an authoritarian regime for another, most notably China. We cannot give authoritarian regimes the chance to exploit our vulnerabilities and undermine us. Again, China is not our adversary, but the regime in Beijing does not share our values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and it poses a challenge to our interests and to our security. Constant cyber attacks and information attacks against NATO and allies clearly shows that China's behavior is not acceptable in this field. Besides, the increasingly close ties between Beijing and Moscow are also a serious cause for concern, so we must remain vigilant. And we start by building resilience at home. All of us, and first and foremost you as parliamentarians, need your societies. You know your citizens, your society best. How to engage them, how to ensure they understand that everything that we do is to preserve peace and protect ourselves and our values. We do have much to learn from each other as allies, but we also have much to learn from our partners. From organizations like the EU, from the private sector, from non-governmental sector, from countries around the world, not least in the Indo-Pacific region. So resilience is not a job for NATO alone. It is a team effort. Dear friends, our agenda for the summit here in Vilnius is ambitious, but with the continued support of our parliaments and parliamentarians, of our societies, I have no doubt that we will turn ambitions into reality. You can help ensure that we give Ukraine what it needs to win, but also that we guarantee that peace and security for ourselves, that we invest more in defense to preserve peace, that we join forces as allies and with like-minded partners to strengthen our resilience. All of this is to keep Lithuanians here in Vilnius and in Lithuania itself, but also our 1 billion people on both sides of the Atlantic safe, now and in the future. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency, Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania, Madam Ingrida Šimonytė. Please, dear Ingrida, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency speakers, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the organizers for convening leaders of parliaments to discuss the most pressing security issues ahead of NATO summit in Vilnius. In the democratic world, the parliaments have always been and will always be the heart and the voice of a political and policy debate on the most strategic and pressing issues. None is more pressing or more strategic today for our region, for Europe, for transatlantic community, and let me be frank, also globally, than Russia's war against Ukraine. Russia's war stands in stark contrast to everything that democratically elected parliaments represent: the ideals of liberty, fundamental freedoms, the rule of law, the value of human life and dignity. Parliamentarians across the democratic world have rallied together to defend those values. You have played a critical role in explaining to societies why it is important to stand up firmly against the aggressor and to help Ukraine until its complete victory. Russia cannot break Ukraine, but it hopes to break the unity of our societies, our democratic community. It hopes to exploit our election cycles. It hopes that our societies sooner or later would get tired of supporting Ukraine. This is the second front in the war that Russia is fighting. Parliaments are standing at the forefront of the second front. But we, as democratic countries, will not get tired. We will pass the test of perseverance. We have no other choice, because Putin's raw hate for democracy combined with Russia's imperial ambitions poses a long-term threat far beyond Ukraine's borders. Today, the heroism of Ukrainian people is preventing Russia's war from spreading further into Europe. But in the long term, it is the unity of democratic states and the military preparedness of NATO that can deter Russia from its further aggression. Considering the dramatically changed geopolitical environment and Russia's military plans, NATO does not have the luxury of taking incremental steps. Our decisions must be bold. NATO's forward defense and deterrence need to be strengthened substantially. This is particularly important for the Baltic countries because of our exceptional geographical position. Heavily militarized Kaliningrad and Belarus that had become de facto part of Russia, and enhance Russia's ability to deploy forces on a very short notice on our borders. Not to mention the recent decisions to station Russia's nukes on the soil of Belarus. And we should not forget what connects Baltics with the rest of NATO by land, the Suwałki Gap. In Madrid, we took an important decision to scale up enhanced forward presence battalions at least 2 brigades when needed. If the region of Suwałki Gap doesn't need it, I do not know who does. In Lithuania, we need at least a brigade-size allied forces in place to deter and defend every inch of alliance territory and not to allow even a possibility of thinking to test the alliance. The most credible deterrence is adequate NATO forces, the boots on the ground. The entire NATO eastern border must be reinforced with air defense and with ground-based air defense capacities. The Alliance's new defense plans address these challenges. To be executable, the new defense plans must be backed by necessary forces and adequate investment. The Allies agreed on the 2% benchmark much before Russia unleashed its full-scale war on Ukraine. Taking into account new geopolitical realities and the lessons from Russia's intense use of weaponry in Ukraine, 2% can only be the floor, not the ceiling. All 3 Baltic states are already spending over 2.5% and will further increase defense allocations in the future. As a host nation, Lithuania is also building all necessary infrastructure and investing heavily into military mobility on top of the 2.5% of GDP. I understand that some of the allies cannot commit today or tomorrow to 2% or more. But it is important that during the Vilnius NATO summit, we reach a decision in principle that would prove our long-term commitment to increase defense spending and would send a necessary signal to our defense industries. Investment into our security today will bring much larger peace dividends in the future. We, the governments of NATO, have a responsibility to protect our people from all security threats and build a robust security architecture that safeguards peace in Europe, not for a month, not for a year, but for many years to come. A new security architecture is possible only without Russia, but it must include Ukraine. Ukraine's NATO membership will serve to strengthen the alliance and enhance security and stability in Europe and beyond. NATO has already stated on numerous occasions that Ukraine will become a member of NATO. But promises without accompanying steps might lead to creation of gray or semi-gray zones. We cannot allow the vicious circle of gray zones instability to haunt Europe forever. I hope that in Vilnius, we will be able to provide a real pathway for Ukraine to advance towards NATO. A dangerous precedent would be created if the outcome of Vilnius summit could be read as a victory for Russia in precluding Ukraine from joining NATO. Security guarantees for Ukraine are welcome as a temporary step, but should not be viewed as a substitute for NATO membership. The outcome of Ukraine's fight against Russia's invasion will shape not only Euro-Atlantic, but also global security order, as Ambassador has just mentioned. Therefore, There is no alternative to Ukraine's victory, for it is a victory for the whole democratic world. To end this war sooner, we urgently need to provide Ukraine with all the weapons it needs. There should be no taboos. Every delayed day in delivering weapons costs human lives, including the lives of innocent civilians, as we witness every day. As we are striving to build a sustainable security architecture, we need to be very clear that future peace in Ukraine will be defined by Ukraine, not by aggressor. Indeed, any peace formula must include justice. Only full accountability that reaches even the highest-ranking leaders involved can serve justice to the victims and help to break this horrible cycle of Russia's war in the future. Here again, the role of parliaments is crucial. We, politicians, should be tireless in explaining our societies that, unfortunately, the road to peace could be long. It will not end with Ukraine's forthcoming counter-offensive. We should not and will not be looking for easy shortcuts, as those would most probably lead to illusion of peace. Peace should be a sustainable one. Therefore, we must be ready for a long haul in Ukraine. We must not succumb to fatigue. We must also be prepared for the fact that Russia is preparing for a long-term confrontation with NATO and with the democratic world. NATO is about our shared values. We will always be on the side of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. It is our responsibility as governments and politicians to take all necessary decisions to safeguard those values. Vilnius NATO summit will be one of the tests of our readiness to take the necessary decisions. In this sense, I hope that Vilnius NATO summit would be transformative and historic in its nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I would like to invite to take the floor Her Excellency Bärbel Bas, President of the German Bundestag. Please.
Liebe Frau Präsidentin,
Madam Speaker, Madam President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, colleagues, excellencies. Let me also thank you explicitly for this initiative, Madam Speaker, and for making it possible for us to meet here today. It's important for us as speakers and presidents of NATO members' parliaments to be meeting here today, because the foreign policies of all our countries have important parliamentary dimensions. Our alliance has seldom been as united as it is now. Both outwardly and inwardly, it is clear our pledge of mutual defense holds. NATO deterrence works, and it is now growing even stronger. Politically and strategically, the accession of Finland and soon Sweden is a major gain for our alliance. I very much hope that Sweden's accession will also quickly become a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, in the foreseeable future, we will need to organize security against and in opposition to Russia. Russia's attack on Ukraine has shown this irrefutably. I will also voice this self-criticism here in Vilnius. We staked our hopes on cooperation with Russia for too long. For too long, we did not want to admit what our Central and Eastern European partners in particular had been warning us about. We had to change our mindset. Many Germans were pacifist by inclination. So was I, personally. I left my pacifism behind in Bucha and Irpin in May 2022. Germany has benefited from NATO's protection for a long time. I expressly thank our partners for that. We will never forget this protection. At a special session of the German Bundestag on the 27th of February 2022, Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz spoke of what he called Zeitenwende. What this means is a strategic realignment of our foreign, security and defense policy. but it also means a change of mentality. Only now do many Germans agree that defense spending can contribute to security. For many years, we saw our Bundeswehr, our armed forces, primarily as a force for international deployments. Despite our allies' admonitions, we invested too little in our armed forces. Now we are working hard to strengthen our national and alliance defense. Exactly 1 year ago, the German Bundestag passed a €100 billion special fund to equip the Bundeswehr. To take that decision, we changed our constitution by a cross-party majority. Our parliament is largely united behind this Zeitenwende. We are determined to stand up for our security and for our partners' security. The special fund is intended for costly and multi-annual armaments projects. It underlines our will to meet the NATO 2% target. In the economic plan for the special fund, for example, investment is earmarked to procure F-35 combat aircraft or new CH-47 heavy-lift transport helicopters. Framework contracts have been concluded for the manufacture of new battle tanks, armored infantry fighting vehicles, and self-propelled howitzers. The Budget Committee has just approved hundreds of millions of euros for 18 new Leopard 2 A8 tanks and for another 12 armored howitzer 2000s. Amongst other things, these models replace the 18 Leopard 2 tanks and the 14 PHZ 2000s that we have supplied to Ukraine. Our Bundeswehr is to be swiftly returned to full operational capability. In the past, procurement and the equipping of personnel with the necessary materiel have taken too long. This will change. In the Bundestag, we have passed the Procurement Acceleration Act. But we also know, of course, that the special fund alone will not be enough. Our armed forces need to be properly funded for the long term. We want to strengthen our alliance and defense capabilities on a long-term and sustainable basis. We are therefore also increasing our defense budget. In 2022, for the first time, it exceeded 50 billion euros. Ladies and gentlemen, operational readiness is more than just being properly equipped. It demands awareness of responsibility, clear structures, swift processes at the civilian level as well as the military. We're also working hard on these elements. It goes without saying that operational readiness requires a well-staffed armed force. Our goal is a Bundeswehr with 203,000 armed personnel. Over the coming years, it is to grow by 20,000 women and men. This aspect too makes clear we are talking about long-term tasks. Ladies and gentlemen, to underscore this once again, Germany takes its mutual defense obligations to its allies very seriously. Our work to secure the alliance's eastern flank demonstrates this clearly. Next week, I will be holding talks in Estonia, Latvia, and here in Lithuania. I will also visit the NATO forces in Rukla. This is perfectly normal for me, a perfectly normal part of my role, because the Bundeswehr, after all, is a parliamentary army. Bundeswehr deployments require the consent of the members of the Bundestag. Germany has been shouldering responsibility as the framework nation here in Lithuania since 2017. At Lithuania's request, following Russia's attack on Ukraine, the Bundeswehr swiftly sent 350 additional troops to reinforce the EFP battle group. There are currently more than 800 German troops here in Lithuania as part of the enhanced forward presence. NATO has shown that the Allies respond directly to any assault on one of their number. Beyond that, the Bundeswehr has allocated a brigade for the defense of Lithuania. Germany is assuming regional defense responsibility here, in line with the vision of NATO's new force model. The forward command element of that German brigade is already in place. In Slovakia and Poland, the German Air Force is making an important contribution to the integrity and airspace security of the alliance area. The defensive stationing of air defense missile systems is part of NATO's enhanced vigilance activities. The German Navy is also participating in the maritime component of NATO's Very High Readiness Joint Task Force and has been providing leadership for Task Group 441.01 since the 6th of January 2023. Germany's solidarity with our eastern partners is strong, and we will continue to expand our level of engagement within the alliance. In the future, within the framework of the new force model, Germany will make available up to 30,000 rapid deployment troops within the first days following activation, as well as 85 aircraft and marine vessels. If required, planning is in place for additional follow-up forces to be provided. Altogether, NATO's new force model will cover almost the whole of Germany's armed forces. Ladies and gentlemen, Germany is one of Ukraine's biggest supporters. It was no later than April 2022 that the German Bundestag, by a broad cross-party majority, established the framework for our support in a motion for a resolution. Currently, we are putting together a new package worth more than 2.7 billion euros. It includes artillery, air defense, armored combat vehicles, and engineering capabilities. In the EU training mission EUMAM Ukraine, for example, we are training Ukrainians to use the Leopard 2 battle tank and the Marder 1A3 infantry fighting vehicle. Germany is providing its own headquarters to coordinate training. By the end of the year, the Bundeswehr intends to have trained 9 battalions of Ukrainian troops for wartime operations. Ukrainian personnel were already completing training on the PZH-2000 and the Mars medium-range artillery rocket system in 2022. The Ukrainian armed forces are now using both systems with great success. We will continue to support Ukraine with all possible determination, and we will maintain this support until Ukraine has prevailed and completely re-established its territorial integrity. The people of Ukraine are demonstrating that you have to be able, when push comes to shove, to defend your existence and your freedom. Part of what that means is that we, as Europeans, need to take on more responsibility. Within Europe, as elsewhere, we need to strengthen our defense structures and capabilities. The debate about a European security and defense policy is one we need to have with the blinkers off. We need to engage in wide-ranging strategic debate about our security and defense within our countries, within the EU, and within the transatlantic alliance. As president of a parliament, I say this: security is not the business of our governments alone. These debates belong in our parliaments. Defense and security issues need broad-based legitimacy and public approval. And therefore, I thank you, Madam Speaker, for inviting us in this format to engage in just such discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear Barbel. And I would like now to invite our next speaker, Her Excellency, Madam Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Czech Republic. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Victoria. Dear Speakers of Parliament, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank to the hosts and organizers of the meeting of the Speakers of Parliament of NATO member countries. It is my honor to be here. This year is going to be momentous for the alliance, which has to stand up to some very serious challenges. Our governments are currently working hard to make the upcoming NATO summit here in Vilnius a success. But there is a crucial role of us parliamentarians as well, because the inevitable changes that are already happening will significantly affect our societies and will require seeking for a broad political consensus. We are in a new security and geopolitical reality. The Russian war of aggression, which is ranging just hundreds of miles from this city, is our most urgent problem. But it is not the only one. Autocratic powers in other regions are getting ready to exploit our seeming weaknesses. However, there is a piece of good news here. NATO is reacting to the new threats and is about to implement the most radical change in its deterrence and defense posture since the early 90s. First, our military presence on the eastern flank was reinforced, and the NATO soldiers are ready to protect every inch of the Allied territory. Here in the Baltic states, as we will be able to see tomorrow in Pobrade or elsewhere. Second, new operational plans, including the regional plans, are in preparations. For the first time since the end of the Cold War, NATO will assign geography-specific roles to allied countries and their armed forces. Third, we work on a new force model, leading to a reformed NATO force structure. NATO will radically increase the readiness and will be able to stand up to much larger forces much faster. Fourth, we are getting ready to be active in the new domains of operations, cyber and space, domains where our adversaries are already active and increasingly dangerous. And lastly, but very importantly, there is growing commitment by allied nations to keep increasing the defense spending so that we are able to fund all the above. Let me give you a recent example from the Czech Republic. The Parliament approved a bill on financing the Czech Republic's defense. This legislation will make the 2% of GDP on defense a mandatory minimum. Apportioning taxpayers' money on defense and security is a special prerogative as well as responsibility of parliaments. Here we should never forget that providing for defense and security is every state's task number one. And it is literally its raison d'être. In democratic societies, it's us, parliamentarians, who ultimately decide on whether the country will be able to invest enough resources into our security. But we, as parliamentary politicians, have other important responsibilities and roles. In the current context of polarized politics, building a broad and lasting consensus is a key priority. National security should transcend party politics. We have a special role to play in bringing parties together, smoothing the edges, and fostering solutions. We parliamentarians can also do a lot of useful explaining. We have considerable opportunities to communicate what is important in defense. In particular, it is communication with our voters and general public. This is highly important in the context of the disinformation and hostile propaganda spread by our adversaries. We also can and should play an important role in strategic communication vis-à-vis our allies and enemies as well. Allow me to briefly address probably the most important question the Alliance is currently debating, the question of enlargement. Having Finland and hopefully soon Sweden as members of NATO is definitely great news for all of us. The door should remain open for others, though. If there is one nation that will be remembered for changing the geopolitical and security reality in Europe to the better, it will be the Ukrainians. Yes, they partly rely on our technical and financial assistance, but it is them, the soldiers, the volunteers, the mothers, the workers, and the leaders of these amazing people that are fighting for our freedom as much as they fight for their own. The most iconic hero coming from this part of Europe, Tadeusz Kościuszko, once said, "There is a time when you have to sacrifice everything to have everything saved." This is exactly what the Ukrainians decided to do. When everyone doubted them and some offered President Zelensky a lift instead of ammunition, they decided to fight. They are winning. Their contribution to our security would already be a sufficient reason to offer them the NATO membership. But there are other reasons. If we leave Ukraine out of the alliance, we would create a gray zone, a space that Russia will be tempted to attack again. And make no mistake, Russia will not vanish and will still pose a threat. There are some that consider the future Ukrainian membership to be an escalatory step against Russia. I disagree. The war is already out there. We should not be worried too much about what Russia might be doing. Instead, we should react adequately to the atrocities and cruelty they are committing right now, at this very moment, just hundreds of miles from here. I understand that Ukraine will not become a member overnight, but the country and its people must be given a clear perspective. In the meantime, we should keep providing Ukraine with all necessary military equipment and material. This should be considered as a de facto part of the accession process. The political cooperation between NATO and Ukraine will hopefully be promoted to a higher level. In the same time, we must work on some sort of security guarantees for Ukraine. In this context, let's admit that the former political relations between NATO and Russia do not and should not exist anymore. The NATO-Russia Founding Act must be terminated. Simultaneously, let's focus our effort on a debate about our strategic approach towards Russia. We must refrain from returning to the business as usual, as the Russian threat will hardly completely disappear in the near future. Let me conclude by sharing a piece of information. Last year in October, our Ukrainian and Croatian friends, colleagues, hosted the successful first year of the Parliamentary Summit of the Crimea Platform in Zagreb. Some of you already know, and I'm very happy that we have agreed with Ukrainian Verkhovna Rada and its chairman Ruslan Stefanchuk that this year, on October the 24th, Prague will host the second year of this event. I look forward to meet all of you in Prague in October. You are welcomed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, dear Marketa, both for your speech and for the invitation. I'm sure that many of us will be very happy to meet again in Prague. And now I would like to open the floor for interventions. And first on the list is Mr. Juho Eerola, first Deputy Speaker of Eduskunta of Finland. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely pleased to participate in this meeting today and to address this forum now when Finland is a full member of the NATO. And that's why I would like to start by saying a few words about the road towards the Finnish full membership in NATO. The start of Russia's brutal war in Ukraine had an immediate effect on our foreign and security policy in Finland. In May 2022, Finland went from being a military, non-aligned country to a NATO applicant country. Very soon after the Russian attack in Ukraine, the attitude of Finns to NATO changed practically over one night. During the whole NATO process, the public opinion has been strongly for NATO. According to different polls, over 80% of Finns support NATO membership. We understand very well that NATO membership is a two-way track. As a member of the alliance, we will be committed to help other NATO members. NATO's 360-degree approach to deterrence and defense is something we take very seriously in Finland. We are convinced that our strong defense capabilities, civil preparedness and resilience will contribute positively to the strength of the alliance. We are all in this together and we must defend Europe together. Finland is a security provider. After the end of the Cold War, we never let our guard down. The whole society in Finland is well prepared for crisis, and the preparedness is based on the concept of comprehensive security. We have general conscription in Finland. With a population of 5.5 million, the wartime strength of the Finnish defense forces is 280,000 soldiers, and in total size of the reserve is 900,000 soldiers, including, for example, even me. NATO members pledge to spend 2% of GDP on defense, and Finland reaches this goal. We are committed to maintain this 2% level. Finland intends to be a NATO member who continues to invest in a strong national defense capability and brings significant added value to NATO's collective defense. Our accession to NATO strengthens also the security and stability of the Baltic Sea region and Northern Europe. We look forward to seeing our good friend Sweden join us as the 32nd member before Vilnius summit here in July. It goes without saying that the Swedish membership in NATO will strengthen the whole alliance. Dear colleagues, very important theme on our agenda is a strong and independent Ukraine. I would like to underline our commitment to support Ukraine as long as they need our assistance. Finland has already given 1.1 billion euros worth of military assistance to Ukraine. Finland is also ready to participate in Ukraine's reconstruction in future. But right now, we must guarantee steady and value-based support to Ukraine. It is important to maintain unity in supporting Ukraine and in keeping up the sanctions pressure. People need to remember that the war is not only affecting Ukraine, but all of us and our future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Elżbieta Witek, and next is Madame Valérie Rabault.
Dear Victoria, dear colleagues, on the 24th of February last year, the security of NATO member states and the entire democratic world has changed fundamentally. The cruel war has returned to Europe and continues to last for the 464th day. Russia has shown its ruthless, imperial and totalitarian face by threatening the security of our world and our values, trying to forcibly change the borders of sovereign states according to sick visions of Putin and his henchmen. Poland has never had any doubts about Russian intentions to use dependence on Russian raw materials for political purposes. Together with our Baltic partners, for a really long time, we have been talking out loud about this, but unfortunately, we were not always listened to. Only now, as the war is going on in Europe, do we see that the discourse on Russia, on Eastern Europe, on Ukraine, and the need to strengthen to NATO's eastern flank, on the need to redefine the entire architecture of global security, has gained due importance. This is our common strategic goal, to create a situation that will prevent in the future the implementation of the worst scenario and to permanently eliminate the threat of Russian aggression. And this will happen only when Ukraine prevails militarily with our help. Rapid help, as the Prime Minister has said, rapid supply of weapons, ammunition. This is what the Ukrainians need to end the war. Today, we know better than ever that the time has come not only for diplomacy, even though it is very important, but above all, this is the time to take concrete, courageous actions. And these actions are necessary both at NATO level, as already mentioned by the previous speakers, but it is above all necessary on the national level, because this is the only way to ensure security of our citizens. As regards NATO transformation, I would like to stress three elements that have already been referred to. Marketa talked about it. First, in deterrence and defense policy, a move from the concept of forward presence to the concept of forward defense, by implementing new allied operational plans, assuming the defense of the territory of every ally from the very first moment of a potential attack, and practical strengthening of NATO's military presence on the eastern flank by transforming stationed allied troops from battalion level to brigade level. Secondly, the implementation of the new force model, including an increase in the high readiness armed forces. And thirdly, strengthening of logistical security of the troops, namely by developing the infrastructure for the needs of the alliance in the member states, including the creation of forward equipment and weapons depots as part of the security investment program, and ensuring a stable fuel supply chain. The optimal option is to expand NATO fuel pipeline system thanks to adequate financing. All those measures that aim at improving our security unfortunately cost money, and they require significant funding. However, by making this significant financial effort, we are helping our neighbors from Ukraine, the Polish government, the Polish parliament. Do not forget that we have to help, and we do not forget that we need to also develop our national defense capabilities. I talked about it during the first session, but I would like to stress it now because this is incredibly important. Although the budgetary situation in Poland and in the entire EU is not easy, we are nevertheless making consecutive decisions leading to an increase of defense capabilities of the Polish army. We are in the vanguard of NATO member states that spend on defense significant means. In the first part, I have already said that we planned in the budget for this year 3% of GDP, but in reality we will spend 4%, and this is really the highest level among NATO member states. As I said, security has no price. I would also like to attract your attention that together, in a bipartisan way, we adopted in the Polish parliament a very important resolution which has been prepared for a really long time. This is the Homeland Security Act, which allowed us to increase spending on defense. And today we see that it was the right decision, because today we can purchase the most modern equipment, we can provide weapons to our army, we can also increase the number of our troops. We have created territorial defense units a few years ago, and this is an important component of the Polish army. I am aware of the fact that not every country, barely 9 last year, spent 2% GDP on defense. But the situation has changed radically. Security is threatened, it is a real threat, and as my colleagues have said, Putin will not stop in Ukraine if we do not stop Putin in Ukraine together. Many among us, many among NATO member states have known it for some time and have been preparing for our own defense, meaning spending more money in order to increase the defense of our states. And this is necessary, especially that the threat beyond the eastern border is not only Russia, let's not forget Belarus. Poland is continuously attacked. It's a hybrid war along the Polish-Belarus border. Let's not forget this information, because the world is being shown and told that these are pool refugees. True political refugees are from Ukraine are in Poland. There are millions of them, and they are safe. But the idea behind it was to disorganize, to create chaos in this place, in Eastern Europe, for Putin to more effectively prevail on Ukraine. If we hadn't secured the Polish-Belarusian border, we wouldn't be able today to help Ukraine today. So this was the beginning of the war. We managed to control it. We built a very modern solution along the border between Belarus and Poland. Today, this brings about great results, and we are safer, even though there is continuous attack on this border. For more than a year, we have been talking about increasing funding on defense. Secretary Jens Stoltenberg has mentioned it as well. We listened to his letter. Poland at the Vilnius summit will be in favor of making of the 2% plan for defense to make it a fact, to make it a reality. We have to be aware of the fact that this is the price that we need to pay. Our armed forces within the last several years have grown in a really impressive way. We have many different programs signed to have the most modern arms coming to Poland. The society sees it, the feeling of security is growing. And we are also launching our own defense industry. This is incredibly important. What we have been producing, our modern products such as Krab or Piorun have been renowned, and they've proven on the battlefield. So I encourage you, by ending my speech, I encourage all the colleagues from NATO member states, to be more far-sighted than to go beyond today, tomorrow, or this very near future, because state-of-the-art ammunition, equipment, or troops cannot be organized overnight. This requires a lot of investment, and it is worth organizing it for the security of our world and for the security of future generations. And I encourage you to do this, because as Marketa has said it some minutes ago, we have the free mandate stemming from direct elections. We have the right and the duty to call on our societies and to convince them that this is the burden that we have to accept, because this is the matter of security and of our responsibility for the security of the future generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
So much, Your Excellency. And now I'd like to give the floor to Madame Valérie Rabault, first Vice President of the National Assembly of France, and next in line is Mr. Kenneth Forsland. Please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Bardzo dziękuję, Pani Przewodnicząca. Ja już miałam okazję mówić o tym wcześniej, ale mimo wszystko chciałabym podkreślić, że Francja realizuje postanowienia madryckie i jak najbardziej przyczynia się do wzmocnienia NATO na wschodniej flance. Przede wszystkim żeśmy wzmocnili naszą obecność w Estonii, rozmieszczenie naszych żołnierzy, którzy specjalizują się w walce zimowej, w trudnym otoczeniu, wzmocnienie również naszych sił w Rumunii jako kraj ramowy w ramach wojsk taktycznych NATO oraz w ramach air policing, między innymi w Polsce i nad krajami bałtyckimi, w tym oczywiście nad Litwą.
Qui s'opèrent tant au niveau de l'OTAN qu'au niveau national avec les...
Many trainings are also taking place both at NATO level and in France. A few months ago, there were trainings on humanitarian support, which means that we are actively engaged, as this has been mentioned by the Marshal of the Polish Parliament. The objective of the 2% of GDP will soon be reached, because according to our program, we are intending to allocate bigger resources in the coming years. So this will be a huge step forward. There will be a few more requirements. I'd like to mention two of them. The deterrence in the Euro-Atlantic area. We are stepping up our efforts to deter Russia. And I believe that this is very important. But also, we have to prove that we can respond very actively. And in this sense, we are carrying out various trainings. We also have to implement the investment plan. Much progress has been achieved in military mobility area. We have to improve our cooperation between the European Union and NATO. Therefore, in the upcoming NATO summit, we will have an opportunity to talk about that. War economy is yet another important thing. Today, it is obvious that this war economy area has received a lot of attention. And the military industry needs clear decisions in order to be able to ensure the necessary manufacturing of the necessary equipment. We need to ensure that we increase the capabilities of the military industry. I think that this should become one of our priorities, especially when it comes to European funds. There should be funds necessary for boosting up our military industry, and we have to prioritize EU and companies over to third countries. Other countries see that we are allocating more money to defense, but we need to send a clear signal to our societies that we will adopt the decisions that are necessary for the security of all their countries.
changed. This is the first time for me sitting in this place, so I hope for your tolerance. Now I have a huge pleasure to present my former colleague, Kenneth Forslund, who is a First Deputy Speaker of Swedish Parliament. Please, Kenneth.
Thank you, Sigis. I think you will manage well. Dear colleagues and friends, for the past years, Sweden have made a number of decisive decisions. Of course, applying for NATO membership is the most well-known in this group, but there have been a number of other decisions also done. And we have a unique, new bipartisan decision a couple of years ago about increasing the military spending significantly and reaching the 2% goal of GDP. And this is a decision that is supported by all 8 parties in the Swedish Parliament, making it a historical decision, actually. We are, with these increased spendings, able to reactivate the conscript system. We have reactivated the civil preparedness. We are strengthening the military defense, of course. The numbers of men and women given basic military training is increasing year by year. We open up new regiments and bases. We procure new weapons, ships, airplanes, submarines, and many other things. And things that are needed and equipment needed in a technically highly advanced and capable joint armed forces for an effective defense. Only days after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, there was a unique decision made in the Swedish Parliament about military support in a package to Ukraine. This was unheard of in Sweden since the Swedish support of Finland in 1939 in their struggle against the then aggressor, the Soviet Union. From a Swedish perspective, the war has had a profound ramification on our security policy, of course. Less than 3 months after Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Swedish government, then in place, was asking for the support by the Parliament and was given it for applying for NATO membership. This meant a profound change, of course, in the light of our country's centuries-long history of military non-alignment. On the 22nd of March this year, the Riksdag approved the accession to NATO and the agreement on the status of NATO. As a future NATO member, Sweden will be contributing and adding to the security and stability in all of the alliance. I'm confident that Sweden will be seen as an active, reliable, and trusted ally in NATO in the future. Furthermore, terrorism in all its forms and manifestation is one of the most immediate asymmetric threats and transnational threats towards NATO and NATO countries. Sweden is fully committed in fighting terrorism with determination, and the Riksdag has recently voted in favor of the government's proposal introducing a new offence in the Terrorist Offence Act in Sweden, namely participating in terrorist organizations. The new law came into effect as close as yesterday, actually. The new crime will involve special criminal liability for any person who participates in the activities of a terrorist organization in a manner that is intended to promote, strengthen, or support the organization. Mr. Acting Speaker, thank you for the initiative arranging this conference. Dear colleagues and friends, Sweden is looking forward very much to being a full-fledged member and security contributor within the NATO. Thank you all for today.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. You know, Sweden opened doors for Baltic states membership in EU, and you cannot imagine how it is, what a privilege it is really make it for you in Vilnius soon. Well, next speaker is Sven Kernet, alternate member of the Chamber of Deputies of the Luxembourg, please.
Thank you, dear acting speaker, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. As a member of our NATO PA delegation, I'm happy to see so many colleagues whom I last saw only 2 weeks ago for our spring session in Luxembourg. Our speaker, Werner Itchen, told me he genuinely wanted to attend this session, but that the political calendar of Luxembourg with upcoming elections prohibited him from doing so. Luxembourg has always been a reliable ally, embodying the principles of unity and solidarity upon which the transatlantic organization was founded. However, there are certain factors that prevent Luxembourg from meeting the 2% threshold of defense spending. Today, I will outline these factors and explain why a broader approach to security is necessary. First and foremost, it is important to understand that the 2% threshold is not an end in itself. Luxembourg has consistently met every NATO-assigned national target within the framework of the NATO defense planning process. We prioritize achieving the alliance common planning objectives and are committed to supporting our allies when needed. While we engage in discussions on the future of the alliance defense investment pledge, we hope for understanding regarding national specificities. Furthermore, Luxembourg advocates for a broader security policy that goes beyond military instruments alone. We firmly believe that non-military tools, such as diplomacy, development, and civilian crisis management, are essential for fostering stability across the alliance's broader neighborhood. Especially when it comes to our southern flank, as our colleague from Portugal rightly said. Defining targets solely on defense expenditure terms can be short-sighted and may even hinder the allocation of resources to non-military stabilizing efforts. Luxembourg is dedicated to financing both military and non-military instruments, as evidenced by our substantial commitment of 1% of our national GDP to development and humanitarian aid, in addition to our current spending of 1% to defense. Moreover, the socio-economic specificities of certain allies must be taken into consideration. Currently, defense efforts are calculated as a share of national GDP, but this methodology fails to account for the realities on the ground. Luxembourg's GDP per capita is above average due in part to the economic contributions of more than a third of our population, 180,000 cross-border workers. Increasing military spending to meet the 2% threshold would require not only a significant financial commitment that exceeds our absorption capacity in human capital. We simply can't recruit enough soldiers to put that 2% into a reality. Nevertheless, Luxembourg has taken substantial efforts to enhance its defense spending, investing in military capacities beyond NATO's requirements. In terms of investments, Luxembourg exceeds NATO's 20% guideline and focuses on acquiring state-of-the-art capabilities to strengthen its armed forces. We prioritize projects and capabilities that add value to the alliance as a whole or fill capability gaps. Our voluntary contributions to programs like the Allied Ground Surveillance, Allied Future Surveillance and Control, as well as the multi-role tanker transport program, go above and beyond NATO's demands. These investments benefit not only Luxembourg, but also NATO and its partners, primarily within the European Union. Other examples include the acquisition of the A400M aircraft and the provision of pilots and loadmasters within the framework of the Belgian-Luxembourg cooperation. The very significant participation in the multinational MRTT program and the acquisition of satellites. Even when taking these initiatives into account, and those are hundreds of millions of euros every year, and all the while doubling our defense budget, Luxembourg does not meet the 2% threshold. Nevertheless, internationally, Luxembourg ranks number 8 in terms of defense expenditure per capita. In conclusion, Luxembourg stands as a steadfast ally, embodying the principles of unity and solidarity within the North Atlantic Alliance. We remain committed to the common objectives of the alliance, despite our current inability to meet the 2%. By advocating for a broader security approach, understanding socio-economic specificities and investing in valuable capabilities, Luxembourg contributes to the strength and resilience of the alliance. Let us continue to work together in the spirit of unity and solidarity to ensure a peaceful and secure Euro-Atlantic area, preferably with Sweden being the 32nd member as quickly as possible and with Ukraine restored to its self-determined borders. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Sven. And I would like to close the list of the speakers with two brothers, as I call them, Radek Fogel and Richard Kols, two co-signatories of that statement of chairman that we drafted together. With Radek, we made a lot of trips to Kiev and actually many more to Washington, D.C. Please, Radek.
Thank you, Regis. Thank you, Chair. Distinguished speakers, dear colleagues. As Napoleon once said, or at least this quote is being attributed to him, there are three things necessary to fight a war. It is money, money, and some more money. And the mere fact that we don't really want to fight a war does not make it less true. For deterrence and readiness, money is equally necessary. And right now, right here, we need to be frank and honest to each other when it comes to defense spending. It is shameful, let's be clear, that even today, in current circumstances, not every NATO member meets the 2% spending requirement. We need to change that, and we need to change it quick. As mentioned before, the 2% should be a starting point, not a goal. And I really hope that the Vilnius summit will decide on that. My country, Poland, has already adopted a law that sets the minimum spending level at 3% GDP, and in reality, this year, it will be around 4%. We need to wake up. We need to forget about the end of history, about the everlasting stability, because it's no longer a case. We need to wake up and step up, and we need to take more responsibility as NATO, but also as NATO member countries. We need to adjust our strategies towards the new security situation. War in Ukraine forced many countries to check the further and darkest corners of their military depots. And in some cases, the findings were rather embarrassing. We need to build our muscle in order to deter and defend. We need to revive our military industries and our production capabilities. There's no other way we can defend our freedom, our sovereignty, and our values. There's much to do and no time to waste. That's my appeal to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Radek. And now Richard Kols, one of the three Baltic musketeers who is famous because of different statements, including in the last OSCE ministerial. Please, Richard.
Thank you, Žygis, for introduction again. Yes, dear colleagues, I also wanted to contribute to this discussion, which is, for this session, is an internal transformation, and obviously for NATO as well, since next year we are celebrating the 75th anniversary. I absolutely agree what your president said, that it's unacceptable that 75 years later, we still have Soviet weapon systems in the NATO member states. That is something that really we have to step up, get rid of those. We know whom to give. And of course, that also implies to adding huge fuel to our military industry. And that is, of course, with financing, appropriate financing. I will not be very pessimistic. I mean, since 2013, we have increased the expenditure, additional 350 billion for NATO alliance as such overall. Last year alone, not last, but 2021, it was 1.25 trillion US dollars, and this year the increase was 0.9%. So there is a stepping up. There are different speeds in different countries, but I understand the consensus over there. Yes, there is no wandering around this 0.8 or 1.4. We are going. Some are, speeding up way faster because of natural needs, requirements, the security requirements. Latvia is no exception as well. We are already reaching beyond 2.5%. We're going towards 3%, but it's not about the percentage. It's about the need that we require to address the security issues that we are facing. And in this regard, there's another transformation required within the NATO in the mindset. It's public procurement, joint public procurement. Latvia and Estonia, I think we are the first countries within the NATO alliance to have a military joint procurement. We are about to buy mid-range air defense systems, and I hope, and that will be a success, I guess, that it should play also as an example in other parts of the alliance to have these joint public procurements, because that is the burden sharing as well. That is a smart leveling out the expenditure as well, and that is making the alliance much stronger. Last point, actually not the last one, a few more, if you, Chair, you allow me. Another thing I wanted to address is that we still talk about air policing. I mean, that time is way behind air policing. It should be air defense, and this is exactly what we have to deliver at the Vilnius summit. Not to talk about air policing, it's air defense, permanent air defense. It's also for our adversary to understand. It's not about, issuing speeding ticket. It's about if you violate our airspace, there will be consequences. And that should be also attributed on how we draft our strategies. Another point as well I wanted to make, maybe it's more on the soft power, hybrid threats. So within the alliance, we have the Stratcom, based in Latvia. We have the cybersecurity in Tallinn. We have also a hybrid threat center for excellence in Finland. And I hope soon it will transform as a NATO center for excellence. But with this, I encourage actually to think about setting the fourth center for excellence, that would be strategic forecasting. I mean, the alliance of NATO is really combining the most advanced economies, military and defense area as well. And if we put together our intelligence capabilities as well, strategic forecasting is something I think we are lacking. I mean, to have an A, B, C, D, E scenario, whatever there is threats posing towards the alliance. And that is something where we have already the plans in place. So I think the Strat 4, maybe it's a think tank, but nevertheless, it's something that we can all create and use for our own benefit for security and defense. And last point, if I may, Mr. Chair, it somewhat resonates with the first session on the global NATO. So we have global partnership. And global partnership includes, we have already talked about Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Korea, but it also, as you know, global partners are Mongolia, Colombia, Pakistan, but no Israel. And I think it's time actually to have a dialogue with Israel, to actually at NATO to have a global partner. We see what is happening in the Middle East. We see Israel is actually contributing to the peace and stability as well with Abraham Accords, bringing the Arab nations as well to the table to talk about security, long-lasting security in the region. And we see what Iran is doing. Iran is accomplice in Russia's aggression in Ukraine, providing lethal weapons. It's accomplice same as Belarus. So I think it's time to speak in those terms with Israel as well. It's no secret. I mean, a few years ago, NATO and Israel had conducted joint exercises in Mediterranean. So that will be another step towards making NATO a global presence as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. And before the end of this short chairmanship that I really enjoyed, I have just three little announcements. Now we go for the lunch that will be served in the historical part of this parliament where we revolted against the Soviet Union. And before that, we have a family picture. But please follow our protocol because it's complicated. You might be lost in this building. Second point, please check your departure times at info point, departure for tomorrow. You have different timings, you have to get it. And some of the delegations were asking for official pictures, so your embassies know we have a Seimas Flickr, lrs.lt. You can check all the photos there. And thank you so much, honorable speakers, Prime Minister, and let's enjoy the lunch. And before, family picture. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, according to the schedule, we are supposed to start at 3:15, so let's just give it a few more minutes. Dear colleagues, a very warm welcome to the third and the last session of our today's meeting on Strong and Independent Ukraine, a long-term support plan for Ukraine. We have quite a lot of keynote speakers, and it is a pleasure to invite Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk as a first keynote speaker, a speaker of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine.
Шановна пані спікерко, дорога Вікторія, шановні колеги, дорогі друзі. В першу чергу я хотів би висловити слова глибокої подяки народу. Самовіддано підтримує Україну з першого дня російської агресії.
Mr. Speaker, dear Victoria, dear colleagues, my friends, first of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the Lithuanian people who selflessly support Ukraine from the very first day of Russian aggression. I also want to sincerely thank all the delegations for the tremendous assistance that your country provides us in the fight for the right to be free, for the right to choose their own path of development, for the right to be part of a democratic European and international community. I highly appreciate the initiative by the Speaker of the Seimas, Viktorija Čmilytė-Nielsen, to hold this parliamentary meeting. Because today's meeting is about the role of parliaments. After all, parliaments are directly accountable to their citizens, to their constituencies who elected them, for the decisions parliaments take. I hope we will remember this before making any important and possibly fateful decisions. Let me remind you of the price of such decisions, or rather their absence, by giving you examples of two events which took place respectively 15 and 10 years ago. In fact, what I have in mind is the NATO summit in Bucharest in 2008 and the EU Eastern Partnership Summit here in Vilnius in 2013. I think these events are the two sides of the same coin. The Bucharest summit unfortunately lacked political will and courage to give Ukraine a membership action plan. And in Vilnius, by the will of the then former fugitive president, the Ukrainian authorities refused to sign the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement, thus in fact giving up on the European future of the people and country. The consequences of this were terrible. The bloodshed in Maidan Square in Kiev, the annexation of Crimea, the Russian occupation of Donbass, and the full-scale invasion of Russia in the spring of 22, to name but a few. It was Russia that became a direct beneficiary of the lack of political will and courage. Dear colleagues, I've often met with you in recent months. Many of you have been to war-torn Ukraine, and I'm grateful to you for that. I appealed to you from various rostrums and various countries. Today's appeal falls on the 464th day of the unprovoked and unjustified Russian invasion of Ukraine. But today I will not talk about the crimes committed by Russian troops in Ukraine and the devastating consequences of this war. The lives of children, murder and torture of civilians, in particular during yesterday's attack on Kiev, speak for themselves. Russia already killed 484 Ukrainian children. Just imagine, 484 children in 464 days. Despite this, I want to talk about optimism and faith. I have grounds for optimism and faith. They are based on exactly these 464 days of heroic resistance of the Ukrainian people and 464 days of exceptional unity of the free world. In March and April last year, we managed to stop the Russian troops from taking over our capital, Kiev, despite the predictions that it will take 3 days to take the capital. We then forced the enemy to leave the Chernihiv and Sumy regions. In May to June last year, new high-mobility artillery rocket systems, commonly known as HIMARS, began to arrive in Ukraine. Our soldiers have mastered quickly how to use these weapons to inflict heavy losses on the enemy. Last autumn, we continued to recapture our territories and push the invaders back from the Kharkiv region. Subsequently, we liberated Kherson and the territories on the entire right bank of Ukraine. At the end of January, you decided to supply Ukraine with modern tanks. The training of our soldiers began. The European Tank Coalition for Ukraine was established. And finally, in March, we saw the first Challenger and Leopard Leopard battle tanks to arrive in Ukraine. We'll soon see them on the battlefield. Right now, preparations for establishing the flying coalition are underway. I believe that after the decisions on the beginning of training of Ukrainian pilots on combat aircraft of the fourth generation, we'll see important decisions on the transfer of F-16 fighter jets and other types of aircraft to Ukraine. And when the F-16 fighter jets appear in our sky, it will be a turning point for all security in Europe and the world. All these important decisions attest to the fact of an increasing awareness that the Ukrainian victory is irreversible. Yes, Ukraine will definitely win this war. It will win thanks to the exceptional courage of its warriors and to the exceptional resilience of the entire Ukrainian society. Ukraine will win thanks to the support provided by the free world, its citizens, democratic parliaments and governments. Peace will return to Europe. I believe that it will be a fair and lasting peace. Dear friends, you and your countries have already made a huge investment to help us win the aggressor. But will this investment be successful in terms of the goals that we've set ourselves? Will it guarantee peace to Europe and the entire Euro-Atlantic area if another important decision is not taken? Sivi pacem parabellum. If you want peace, prepare for war, is not just an ancient expression. I am convinced that only collective effort, underpinned by a solid legal basis, will be a safeguard against new aggressions and a warning to any dictators who may want a new redistribution of the world. Only an effective common security system underpinned by shared democratic values will guarantee the protection of each state, and we will be able to ensure a future that is free from the arbitrariness of individual leaders and their short-lived rule. Ukraine has proved that it belongs to a free democratic world. We are protecting not only our own homes and the lives of our families, we are protecting our shared values and beliefs. We are protecting our freedom. Ukrainians have managed to effectively stand against the force which until very recently was considered one of the most powerful in the world. No one can deny Ukraine's ability to make a significant contribution to the system of collective security, to make it more resilient and more effective. NATO is an alliance designed to ensure freedom and security of its member countries. NATO is an alliance that is based on the values of democracy, individual freedom, the rule of law, and the principle of peaceful resolution of conflicts. We share the same values. That is why Ukraine seeks to become a full member of the alliance. 82% of Ukrainians, just listen to those figures, 82% of my compatriots support Ukraine's membership of the alliance, and the percentage is growing day by day. While we do know that the war continues, we need a lot of effort to ensure peace and to ensure peace. But we cannot postpone the development of a new security architecture. It's high time we adopted historical decisions. Dear colleagues, I am convinced that the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius should give the alliance a new strategic vision of its future, a new vision of security architecture and security guarantees. For Ukraine, the only effective guarantee of security can only be the membership of our country in NATO. For NATO, our membership would mean membership of a country with powerful armed forces, which already has experience of full-scale war with the current enemy forces. For NATO, Ukraine would be yet another like-minded ally which really fights and stands in defense of common values. On behalf of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, I want to assure you that the Ukrainian parliament will do its utmost to continue irreversible reforms and achieve high standards of the Euro-Atlantic community. I urge you to support our country on its path towards Euro-Atlantic integration. Among the key decisions of the upcoming summit, we would like to see Ukraine invited to join the alliance. At the same time, we realize allies need to achieve a consensus on this issue. Therefore, I call on the parliaments to do their utmost to achieve such a decision. At the Vilnius summit this July, Ukraine should receive much more than a mere repetition of declarations advocating open-door policy. The summit in Vilnius should become an important stage in Ukraine's preparations for joining the alliance. I am pleased that at the last session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly in Luxembourg recognized Ukraine's significant contribution to Euro-Atlantic security. The Assembly stressed that the future of Ukraine is in the Euro-Atlantic family and called on the NATO summit in Vilnius to send a clear political signal by agreeing on the next important steps related to Ukraine's path towards NATO membership. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Lithuanian Parliament, which was the first to adopt a resolution in support of Ukraine's membership of NATO, as well as to the esteemed parliaments of Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and the Czech Republic. Yesterday, 21 Committee on Foreign Affairs from 19 allied parliaments adopted a joint appeal to the heads of state and government of NATO member countries, calling them on to determine a clear path for Ukraine's accession to NATO and to provide Ukraine with clear and strong security guarantees. I urge you, esteemed parliaments, to strengthen these important political signals and adopt statements calling for inviting Ukraine to join NATO at the Vilnius summit. I am convinced that the decisions of your parliaments before the summit in Vilnius will allow us to make the only right decision in the capital of Lithuania. Let me quote one sentence, quote, "I am convinced that the present solution is only a partial one aimed at guarding the heart. It must grow until the whole free world gets under one umbrella," unquote. Well, if paraphrased, it says that NATO must grow under one umbrella. Do you know whose words they are? I quoted Hastings Ismay, the first Secretary General of the North Atlantic Alliance. That's how he saw the future of the alliance. And these words are the best long-term plan for Ukraine. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you so much, dear Ruslan, for your powerful address, your powerful speech. I'm sure we all heard it very loud and clear. Thank you. I would like to invite now to take the floor Her Excellency Elżbietę Witek, Marshal of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear Madam Speaker, dear Victoria, dear colleagues, it is the 16th month of the war, which in Russia's imperial plans was to end in 3 days. However, the war is going on thanks to the heroic attitude of Ukrainian army and also Ukrainian citizens with the help of the free world and with the help of NATO. Finally, we stopped passively watching the violation of territorial integrity, and we stopped watching from a safe distance, and we started acting. So we are here before this very important event, which will be the NATO summit, is a very good example of that. How much tragedy and damage stems from Russia's aggressive attitude can be clearly seen in the misfortune of Ukrainian war refugees, in the death of soldiers and civilians, war crimes, and in the destruction on the territory of Ukraine. However, atrocities are not the only dimension of the ongoing conflict, because the war in Ukraine is also a proof of great international solidarity, which strengthens Ukraine's resistance and builds a coalition against aggressive actions in Europe. NATO and the European member states have finally said a unanimous and firm no to Russian imperialism, against which Poland and Baltic and Eastern European countries had warned many years earlier. They provided Ukraine with unequivocal and, most importantly, measurable support. And this support allowed our neighbor to become an effective defender of its independence instead of being a victim of aggression. That is why I believe that when referring to the plan for long-term support for Ukraine, we should primarily talk from the perspective of international unity. The international community has still many areas in which it can and should show its support for Ukraine. We have done so much, but the war is not over and much remains to be done. Supporting Ukraine is not only a matter of physical security of NATO's eastern flank and of Europe, but it is also a matter of protecting democratic values that we all share. That is why I believe that every European state should participate in the reconstruction of Ukraine. Poland has defined its role and is making a great effort to fulfill it in the best possible way. In our opinion, the long-term plan to support Ukraine is not only related to its post-war reconstruction, but it means also a whole range of activities in other areas that will strengthen Ukrainians' role in the new European reality. And we see 4 such levels: military, political, economic, and social. According to Poland, these areas make up a full long-term plan of support for Ukraine, a plan that will make it a strong and independent state in accordance with the topic of today's debate. A strong and independent Ukraine is a Ukraine free from invaders. The Ukrainian society does not allow any concessions to the aggressor. Therefore, the proposals to conclude possible agreements that violate the territorial integrity of Ukraine mean ignoring the voice of millions of Ukrainian citizens. It is also a very dangerous idea. We must not again fall for the peaceful illusions which might bring further concessions to Russia. NATO member states should provide military support to Ukraine to such an extent that would force Moscow to make peace, including the full recovery of the territories occupied by the Russian army. All other agreements would only suspend Russia's imperial plans. This is why Poland remains at the forefront of countries sending weapons, ammunition, and military equipment to Ukraine. We are also the leader in terms of the number of trained Ukrainian soldiers. At the same time, we are constantly trying to encourage our allies to make bold decisions regarding military support for Ukraine. We need a tough and common NATO position because this is the only way to stop Putin. Let us not give in to threats that our military support will be treated as a direct hostile action. Let us remember that according to the official message of the Kremlin, NATO and EU member states are already at war with Russia. A strong and independent Ukraine is the Ukraine being a member of the European family. It is also an important task. We have no doubt that the upcoming summit in Vilnius will be crucial for the future NATO-Ukraine relations. Our partner expects us to send a clear message on the terms of their membership. Poland understands that the future of Ukraine lies in NATO, and we also hear at the same time that some allies are not ready to make such decisions. Nevertheless, we should not give up trying to find a compromise on this issue. We believe that the annual national program should be restored, and this would allow to prepare Ukraine for membership. It is also very important to strengthen the political dialogue between NATO and Ukraine. That is why the plan to create a NATO-Ukraine Council is perceived by us as a good and necessary step in this direction. By its participation in the war, Ukrainian army has shown that it was capable of defending not only their own freedom. It's a test that is passed directly in the battlefield. A strong and Ukraine is also a Ukraine independent economically. The latest estimates mention the reconstruction cost of more than $400 billion. This is more than double of Ukraine's GDP from last year. And this is an effort that a country plagued by war cannot bear on its own. And that is why it is an area of action for international solidarity. This is the place for funding programs prepared by the EU, international financial institutions, and foreign partners who will join the reconstruction process. President Volodymyr Zelensky, during his recent visit in Warsaw, stated that Poland should play an important role in this process due to the great help that Ukraine has received. On that day, our country signed an official agreement on that matter. At the same time, we must not forget Russia's responsibility for the destruction it caused. In our opinion, it should be properly enforced. Financial institutions have frozen about $350 billion of Russian assets. Poland, together with other countries, is striving for these funds to be taken over and used to rebuild Ukraine as a severe and tangible punishment for hostile actions against it. Especially that many areas require immediate support. The greatest damage concerns housing and infrastructure, that is, areas that directly affect Ukrainian citizens. It is also very important to rebuild schools and hospitals so that the society can function normally. In our opinion, investments in the reconstruction of the energy sector and the development of renewable energy, which will allow Ukraine to diversify its raw materials, are also very important. And it is worth emphasizing that Polish entrepreneurs want to actively support Ukraine in its reconstruction. Due to the great interest, the Ministry of Development and Technology has launched a call for Polish companies interested in resuming exports and participating in the reconstruction of Ukraine. According to recent data, more than 2,300 companies representing the construction, machinery, IT, pharmaceutical and medical, food and automotive industries have registered. Another form of our support is to enable Ukrainian entrepreneurs to continue their business activity on the territory of Poland. Since the beginning of the war, around 23,000 Ukrainian citizens have taken advantage of this opportunity. This is the way we want to help Ukrainian companies to stay active. This allows us to build human capital, which after returning to Ukraine will not only be able to participate in the reconstruction process, but also to share the knowledge and good practices gained in Poland. A strong and independent Ukraine is a socially healthy Ukraine. Unfortunately, as a result of the war, this country is experiencing a drastic deterioration in the physical and mental health of its inhabitants. According to the World Health Organization, 10 million Ukrainian citizens are at risk of mental disorders, acute stress, depression, or PTSD. We cannot remain indifferent to this great problem. A state is strong with the strength of its society, and therefore one of the directions of our long-term support should also be extensive social and health assistance that will enable Ukrainian citizens to return to normal social functioning. There is no social group in Ukraine that would not experience the war painfully. From the media, we get information about the terrible fate of war prisoners and inhabitants of those territories which were occupied by the Russians. Women who became instruments of war terror, or children who were kidnapped into Russian captivity. These groups should be given special care of the international community. Poland and the Polish Parliament remain very committed to this dimension of support. The format of women speakers of parliaments that I initiated deals directly with the issue of supporting Ukrainian women and children as victims of the conflict. At the end of June, the Sejm will hold a meeting devoted to the protection of Ukrainian children taken prisoner by Russia and the Conference on Combating Human Trafficking. A very important aspect of healing the society is also a fair squaring up for the wrongdoing that they suffered by detecting and punishing Russian war criminals. On the 14th of April, our parliament has adopted a resolution which concerns the prosecution of Russian war criminals. It also indicates that it is necessary to create a special tribunal to adjudicate about their guilt and to establish an international center for the prosecution of the aggression crimes that will allow to secure the evidence. We also think that this course of action should be an important element of Ukraine's long-term support. Ladies and gentlemen, 16 months of war in Ukraine show that international unity is a dynamic phenomenon and it is worth working on it. NATO cooperation is the best example of this. 1 year ago, it seemed that within our unity, it was impossible to supply tanks to Ukraine. However, over time, it turned out it was possible. It seemed that within our unity, it was impossible to provide Ukraine with air defense systems, let alone aircrafts. Meanwhile, the first Patriot system arrived to Ukraine in April, and recently a coalition has been created to supply Ukraine with F-16 aircrafts. And this shows that our international unity is not only evolving, but more importantly, it is becoming more pragmatic and effective. And it is an extremely important attitude. Ukraine will be strong and independent thanks to our unity. Only then is it possible to implement a long-term support plan. We can outline the areas that require our attention. We can list the actions to be taken. But the truth is that alone, we will not be able to do much. It is through international unity that we have reached this place, and it is through international unity that we will be able to move on towards a strong and independent Ukraine and towards a strong and independent Europe. Therefore, I appeal to you to maintain international unity on Ukraine, because this unity is our most effective weapon. It is this unity that Russia fears, and it is this unity that protects Ukraine and our countries. Let us be united, strong, and determined. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Elżbieta. And now I would like to invite to take the floor His Excellency Gordon Jandrokovic, Speaker of the Croatian Parliament. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, dear Victoria, dear colleagues. Allow me a few comments from Croatian perspectives. As the geopolitical landscape keeps changing before our very eyes, we are all called upon to act coherently and decisively. Today's aggressive and destructive Russia seeks to establish spheres of influence and direct control through coercion, subversion, aggression and annexation, including through proxies. This, combined with their mission to undermine international law and the rules-based order, obviously makes them quite an exceptional threat to global security. Let me note here that the matrix of the Russian aggression against Ukraine is strikingly similar to what was happening in Croatia 30 years ago. The so-called denazification, supposed minority defense, intensive propaganda and threats, and then a brutal aggression. So if you sometimes hear us saying that we understand Ukraine better than most, it's not just a figure of speech. All the more reason to commend Ukraine's soldiers and all its citizens who continue to inspire the world with incredible adaptability, skill and courage. Ladies and gentlemen, over a year into the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we still demonstrate unity in our response. And our unity must be upheld. We must be ready to enhance our political, military and financial assistance to Ukraine and enable them to defend itself from the aggressor. At the same time, we also must increase our political and economic pressure on Moscow. Together with our partners, we must consistently and jointly stand for our principles and values, from the Atlantic, across the Mediterranean, Baltic and Black Seas to the Pacific. All these musts, all these actions combined will ensure that the aggressor's plans fail in total. That being said, Croatia's support to Ukraine will remain unwavering. We recognize the country's rightful NATO ambitions, and we fully support Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic integration process. We will continue providing assistance across the field, including through NATO Comprehensive Assistance Package for Ukraine, through European Union and bilaterally. I will just mention the tailor-made assistance developed together with our Ukrainian partners, UN and NATO, regarding demining. One end of this action is in Ukraine, where we are already implementing a project targeting mine action. The other is in Croatia, where we will be hosting a high-level donor conference in October in Zagreb, and we hope for high-level attendance from your respective countries. We are also providing meaningful assistance regarding psychological rehabilitation programs and care system for Ukraine's veterans, victims and their family members. Obviously, both the expertise on demining and on veteran care come from our extensive post-war experience. Needless to add, Croatia also knows how important it is to ensure justice for the victims of war. We are very much involved in all the efforts in this sense. Important lessons can be drawn from prosecuting war crimes committed during the 1990s, and we must make sure no mistakes are made in the process. Those responsible must be brought to justice, with no exception. And then there is another aspect of Croatia's relatively recent, concrete experience that can be very useful to Ukraine, that from our own EU accession process, which we have already been sharing with them. Dear colleagues, as Russia's ruthless aggression continues to cause unspeakable human tragedy and immense destruction in Ukraine, the entire European security architecture and our values and norms are clearly under attack. There is no question about this. And let's not fool ourselves. The multidimensional support we have all been providing to Ukraine is also an investment. Investment into protecting the values we hold dear: freedom, peace, democracy, protection of human rights, rule of law. And we parliamentarians certainly have a role to play, strengthening our outreach to our respective governments, making sure they don't lose momentum in supporting Ukraine. That's one possible end of our action. The other, most certainly, a high-level parliamentary gathering such as this one today, such as the first parliamentary summit of the International Crimea Platform held in Zagreb last October, and also the next one to be held in Prague this October. There I hope to see all of you and many more of our colleagues from around the world. Because we cannot afford to relent in helping Ukraine. We need to consistently monitor their priority needs and explore new ways of supporting them. And this should remain very high on all our agendas for as long as the Russian aggression continues, until Ukraine's final victory, and most certainly beyond. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, dear Gordon. And now I would like to invite His Excellency Miloš Vystrčil, President of the Senate of the Czech Republic, to take the floor. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear Madam Speaker, Victoria, Ruslan, dear colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As we approach the Lithuanian Seimas building this morning, maybe you have noticed the roadblocks. The roadblocks were put in here by the inhabitants of Lithuania when they were fighting for their freedom. They were fighting for their freedom against the Russian tanks and the Russian army, or Soviet army. It cost them 14 lives of civilians and many more wounded. Lithuanians defended their freedom. At that time, it was Mikhail Gorbachev who was at the helm in the Soviet Union. Today, we have Vladimir Putin as the president, and Ukraine is fighting for its freedom. When back in 1996, the Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands received the Charlemagne Prize in Aachen, the Czech President Václav Havel was also present. On that occasion, he delivered a speech which was entitled Europe as a Task. And in his speech, he mentioned that it's not about the fact that if some of the EU member states do take care of themselves, but he also mentioned it is necessary to take care of our neighbors, of our surrounding countries. He spoke of the necessity to be more open, to be more courageous, and the need to work in order to make sure the others are also safe. And Ukraine is a part of Europe. In other words, Václav Havel, he said that Ukraine is our task. So let's ask ourselves a question. On what does the fate of Ukraine depend now? What is that is being decided here, and who is making the decisions? Well, of course, it is Ukraine that is making the ultimate decision. And I am asking which other country could do the same thing that Ukrainians can do. The bravery, the heroism, the determination, the strength, the sacrifice, the hardship, the suffering. Ukraine was attacked by an aggressor who violated its identity, sovereignty, independence. They were on the brink of losing their freedom and democracy. Ukraine is defending itself. It is defending itself, and it is defending all of us. It's defending our values, our rules, and our freedom. That's what Ukraine does. And what are we doing? Are we doing enough? Are we offering enough? Are we willing to bring in some sacrifice? Aren't we doing something that is wrong by any chance? Do we realize what is at stake today? Do we realize what's on the table? I have met many of you at the final event of the Czech presidency, at the Conference of Speakers of EU Parliaments. We have adopted conclusions of the presidencies, and I was proud because Prague was very successful in this respect. And I am convinced that apart from supporting Ukraine, apart from helping Ukraine, we also do have another task ahead of us. We need to help Ukraine in reconstruction. Putin is actually applying the tactics of scorched land. He destroys everything that is in his path, and it will be necessary to deploy vast resources and vast efforts to help with the reconstruction of Ukraine. And we need to realize one more thing, and I already mentioned it. It's not only about Ukraine. It's not an isolated conflict that we are trying to attend to. That the war is raging at the borders of NATO, and it is actually influencing us all, not only by the fact that there are some countries who are neighboring with Ukraine, such as Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, but it influences us through the alliance because we share the values and we therefore are direct neighbors to Ukraine, including the countries that are over the ocean. And as long as we are actually neighbors, and neighbors are supposed to help each other. They have to help each other. They need to make each other stronger. They need to support each other. And we have to do this for Ukraine until the very last Russian soldier leaves its territory. So our task is to increase NATO's defenses on the eastern flank. Finland has joined NATO. We need Sweden to enter and to join. And the countries who are preventing Sweden from entering the NATO, they have to ratify. This is in our interest because it will increase our security. Thank you. However, Russia does not only threaten the NATO member states and Ukraine. The colonial imperial attempts is actually endangering other countries, Moldova, Georgia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and other countries. And all these countries deserve our attention. It is our task, our joint task, to defend Europe and its neighborhood. And then we have the last question. What is it all about? What is it that is at stake? It is about the world. It is about the world we want to live in. It's about whether or not we are actually able to bring in some sacrifice and open our door to people who do not live in safety and security, people who fight for their freedom and who can fight for their freedom. And it's not only about being able to open the door, but also being able to invite the people to come in, because without inviting somebody, people are hesitant to enter the opened doors, or it is difficult for them to enter such doors. And we need to realize that unless our perception of the world prevails in Ukraine, which is based on the Euro-Atlantic values, on the values of cooperation, respect, mutuality, and if there is a destruction of our fundamental principles, this poses a threat to the entire rule-based order. The world we live in today will be in danger as it is, and we must not allow this to happen. By way of conclusion, let me go back to what I started with, to Queen Beatrix and to the Charlemagne Prize. This year, this Charlemagne Prize was awarded to the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky. Our late President, Václav Havel, was not able to speak, to make any more speeches. He's no longer with us, but his spirit and his soul is with us still. And I am convinced, should he be in here, he would have told us clearly, Ukraine is now our common task. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, dear Milos. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Edvards Smiltens, Speaker of the Seima of Republic of Latvia. Please.
Madam Speaker, dear Victoria, Speaker Stefanchuk, dear Ruslan, my fellow colleagues, excellencies, members of parliament, and dear friends. I'm delighted to be here in Vilnius just a few weeks before NATO summit, Vilnius summit, becomes another significant milestone in strengthening our collective defense. I'm truly grateful to my colleague Victoria for the initiative to gather parliamentarians ahead of the NATO summit. I deeply admire and respect the role of parliaments in democratic societies. I really do believe parliamentarians can and should lead the way, as has been attested so often around the world, as it is in the discussions of pushing back against Russian aggression, on blacklisting Wagner Group mercenary groups, on increasing military assistance on Ukraine and granting the EU candidate status to Ukraine. Often our parliaments were the ones taking the first step in kickstarting a wider public discussion, shaping the debate on the best course of action, widening the boundaries of our possibilities nationally and beyond the national borders. Precisely what a number of our parliaments just did, adopting public declarations supporting Ukraine's membership in NATO, starting with Lithuanian Seimas, followed by the Polish Senate, and Estonian Riigikogu and the Latvian Seima just yesterday. Our parliaments pronounced a view widely held in our societies that NATO membership is the best guarantee of Ukraine's security and sovereignty. And by extension, Ukraine in NATO is the best guarantee of peace and security in Europe. This conviction is rooted in our history, in our experience, and therefore it is not without a share of empathy for an enormous Ukrainian suffering and also sacrifice. But more importantly, it is a conviction based on our deep understanding of the Russian imperialism and the strategic European interests. A conviction that is hopefully becoming more and more a matter-of-fact statement in the alliance. Colleagues, I do want to put an emphasis on the European strategic interests. Besides our immediate task of helping Ukraine defeat Russia, unquestionably anchoring Ukraine in the Euro-Atlantic space of security, peace and prosperity is important to Ukraine's security as it is to Europe's security and to the European strategic interests right now. And just now, in the previous session, we discussed strengthening NATO's defense and deterrence posture. Like any other recent discussion on the subject, it clearly illustrates our collective understanding of the existential nature of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. That collective understanding is demonstrated by increased investments on our own defense and military industry, by our efforts to strengthen allied defenses and deterrence posture, by our readiness to bear costs and run risks in helping Ukraine to restore its territorial integrity. So we clearly recognize that Russia will remain a threat to European countries even after suffering a defeat in Ukraine. As a consequence, and rightly so, we are building our collective defense against it. And now, can we build a lasting peace in Europe if we leave Ukraine hanging there out in a gray zone? This is a question posed to us today. Russia has made it abundantly clear that it does not tolerate independent, neutral countries and its borders, and is determined to erase Ukrainian nation from earth. And it is clear. Finland has come to the same conclusion that security of European countries bordering Russia is best attained through collective defense obligations. Ukrainians have already made their choice, even it's as costly as the price they're paying right now. So, the truth is, efforts to build our collective defense against Russian imperialism cannot be separated from Russia's aggression in Ukraine and from securing the future of Ukraine as an independent and strong Euro-Atlantic nation. And now we are not in a situation where Ukraine becomes a NATO member in Vilnius. However, the Vilnius NATO summit must project a forceful vision of allies, how we build a lasting peace in Europe, including the setting a clear, credible and irreversible Ukraine's path to NATO. It is as much so about the deterrent strength of the treaty obligation once Ukraine is in NATO, as it is about the powerful impact the decision on Ukraine's road to NATO would send now to the front line, to every soldier, to every citizen and every people in Ukraine. In combination with our decisions that signal long-term and caveat-free military support, our decision on Ukraine's path to NATO will powerfully reject our commitment to supporting Ukraine for as long as it's necessary, powerful enough that might perhaps tip the scales towards convincing Putin that his bet on outlasting our support to Ukraine is doomed to fail. Russia has to lose on the battlefield and face full accountability for the crimes committed. But it also has to lose its perceived entitlement to continue determining the future of sovereign country Ukraine. And today, Putin remains convinced that time is still on his side. But dear friends, we clearly do not want to send an ambiguous message from Vilnius that will just reinforce Putin's convictions. I fully recognize that we might have differences among the allies in approaching this particular issue. However, we must also recognize that NATO is the only form of deterrence that has proven to work in Europe. Experimenting with reassurance arrangements that are short of Article 5 can prove to be very costly. In a way, it would be a direct invitation to test them, dear colleagues. Dear friends, now let's step back to our immediate tasks up until the time when Ukraine can become a full-fledged NATO member. Indisputably, our principal task is to provide all the military assistance Ukraine acquires to defeat Russia. Now, 15 months on the war, it's absolutely clear that the capabilities we can provide to Ukraine should only be measured against Ukrainian capability to use them in their effectiveness on the battlefield. Our assistance should help build Ukraine's long-term conventional self-defense capabilities. And politically, we must advance Ukraine's political relationship with the alliance as much as possible short of Article 5. Perhaps use the example of Finland and Sweden's relationship to NATO prior to the process of accession to NATO, transforming NATO-Ukraine Commission into a more meaningful political body like NATO-Ukraine Council, for example. It might be a good first step. Though it's essential that the framework not just sounds nice, but also enables us to meaningfully deepen both the military-to-military relations as well as the relations on the political level. Beyond NATO, we must develop a reconstruction program that helps quickly rebuild Ukraine as an economically strong nation, not dependent on foreign aid. The EU accession negotiation process that hopefully will be initiated at the end of the year would provide a strong contribution to that aim, where political integration is complemented with developing increased connectivity at the infrastructure level. And dear colleagues and friends, I'm confident and do look forward to implementing our common vision for a strong and independent Ukraine that is fully integrated in Euro-Atlantic space, politically, economically, and also militarily. Such a vision has enormous potential and boost for the political and economic integration of the European continent that is free, prosperous, and at peace. And finally, Ruslan, Slava Ukraini. Razom переможемо. And stronger together.
Thank you, dear Edward. And now I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Alina Stefania Gorgiu, President of the Senate of Romania. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, honorable audience. We have a lot of work to do, from implementing the Madrid summit conclusion to addressing future challenges. What's been happening in Ukraine for the last month is a strategic wake-up call for Romania, for European Union, for NATO as well. And one of the most pressing issues is the Black Sea and also the eastern flank as a whole. The Alliance has already recognized the Black Sea as a region of strategic interest, but right now, this is Europe's cauldron. We expect the intensity of hybrid warfare to increase. You have to know that both Romania and the Republic of Moldova pay close attention to the informational war that's been going on. Maia Sandu, the President of the Republic of Moldova, has also announced a legislative initiative to establish a national center to combat propaganda and disinformation fueled by the Russian Federation. This new kind of warfare is a concern for all states on the eastern flank. Even though we keep this under control, NATO as a whole must address this. The surest way to do is by formulating a proper Black Sea strategy. This is a necessity we all feel. My country, Romania, our host, Lithuania, Germany, and other European countries call for a strengthened allied presence on the eastern flank. We need air and missile defense. We need to re-establish allied maritime presence in the Black Sea. This is strongly linked to the theme of this panel, because if the Black Sea remains blocked, then we need to find other ways to help Ukraine. The reconstruction of Ukraine is impossible without security and stability on the eastern flank. This project is about the future, but this is the moment when the international mechanisms to support investments must be created. Many solutions are being discussed right now, but irrespective of options, war insurances for companies or the fund for the reconstruction of Ukraine, one thing is certain. The international bank sector's confidence is vital. This is a condition to give financial support to all companies that will be involved in Ukraine. And we all have great hopes for the London conference later this month. The sheer scale of damage Ukrainians have suffered can leave anyone speechless. I know somebody said before me it's not about percent, but we have to underline the percent to know how deep is the problem. 30% GDP contraction, budget deficit of 16%, almost 11% unemployment, and the housing sector received the harshest blow, 37% of total damage. We now know this data thanks to the registered damage caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation adopted at the recent summit of the Council of Europe. Romania, as you know, will contribute to the reconstruction effort, keeping in mind that we are in for the long run. We have the Constanța port, we have a good railway and road network that can facilitate freight and material transports. We are already working on improving cross-border connectivity. We made great progress. This year we opened already 2 new border crossing points, more in the pipeline on the northern stretch of the border. I must tell you this, the reconstruction of Ukraine should become a national project based on the values of the Euro-Atlantic Community defense. Everything must be correct from the very start, at the highest international standards. OECD, for example, has recognized Ukraine at the beginnings of this year as a potential future member. At this point in time, however, we must sort our priorities. Romania's main objective in the forthcoming NATO summit here in Vilnius is ensuring a package of political and practical support for Ukraine. And we don't forget, Romania remains committed to the 2008 Bucharest summit conclusions, to have Ukraine and Georgia members of the alliance. Things are moving fast, I know that, we all know that. Let me say that Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova must walk the European path together. It is important that by the end of this year, Ukraine and Moldova can start negotiations for European Union accession. We want to see a decision in this sense as soon as possible. Finally, I would like to tell you that Ukraine will be rebuilt. But dear colleagues, the way in which we do that will have implication on long term for the European Union, both for its security and economic prosperity. Of course, a strong and free Ukraine will mean a stronger and safer Europe. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite to take the floor Senator Giulio Terzi di Sant'Agata, Chairman of the Committee on European Union Policies, Senate of the Republic, Italy. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is a great honor to be here today to represent the President, we say in Italy, the Speaker of the Italian Senate, Honorable Ignazio La Russa, who has asked me, he's taken for reasons that you know and that you have kindly and graciously explained at the beginning of this meeting, it is Italian National Day, but you would have liked really to be present and to present to you, to all of you, his warmest wishes and appreciation for a meeting which is so important because it gives the sense and the motivation of our parliaments, of the parliamentary group and institutions of the NATO alliance. And therefore, it is a very important meeting, in his opinion, of course, in the opinion of the Italian delegation, the fact that this event and this initiative has been construed as an incremental process leading to the Vilnius NATO summit. And so it is remarkable to note today that there were important announcements, not things that perhaps were already anticipated in the media, but things that have been perfectly explained in this hall this morning and this afternoon by the two of the major protagonists of the accession process to the NATO institutions. And it is Finland, of course, which is going to be completing the process in Vilnius, and hopefully Sweden. But when we say hopefully is with a big question of certainty, a point of certainty, because we are all very confident that that process will be completed in a few weeks very successfully. These two countries, these new members, will provide a very significant and precious contribution to collective security and to affirmation of our democratic liberal principles and the understanding of what it is, what does it mean, international order, international rule of law, and international engagement and responsibilities of major democracies of our countries, of our Western, what we called a long time ago, but we are going to call it again and again with even more conviction after the the war in Ukraine, the free society and the free world. I would like to focus briefly on three basic points in accordance with the main important issues that have been so eloquently addressed today. And these three issues are of pivotal importance for the future of a strong, independent Ukraine, both as an immediate perspective and as a longer-term, long-term perspective. My first point would be the Ukraine's security framework. The second is accession to the European Union. And the third, justice for the victims of international crimes and retribution, a proper retribution for the perpetrators. First, therefore, there is no doubt that a credible security framework for Ukraine should be set up. Secretary General Stoltenberg repeated time and again over the last few days, but very recently said we need to ensure that history doesn't repeat itself, that this pattern of Russian aggression against Ukraine really stops. And I would add, stops forever. Will not be repeated with frozen conflicts or other operations which could remain open after the end of the hostilities. NATO member states as well as NATO partners, because we have to consider NATO community as a complex of bilateral relations with a great institution, bilateral relations between NATO countries and the outside world, but also between NATO institutions and other aggregation and other significant actors of the international community. I say member states as well as many NATO partners have already expressed the strongest possible support to Ukraine and their unwavering commitment to Ukraine's full sovereignty, its indisputable right to self-defense against the Russian aggression. It was said many times, and by all our leaders, parliamentary leaders and governmental political leaders, that we are committed to help, to aid, to provide political, military, economic support to Ukraine as long as it takes to repel the Russian aggression. And when you look at the past, and it was said already, but I would like to underline this aspect because it is in the past that we have now to understand what could be the future of our strategy. When you look at the past, it is very evident that we have changed, that we have readjusted our line of action, our course in our voyage by 180 degrees respect to what it was the reality in those Bucharest Summit 2008, or in Crimea annexation 2014, or even after, during the engagement, the Russian engagement in other theaters like the Syrian theater and the Middle East and the Mediterranean, the engagement of Russian forces even in North Africa and in the whole Middle East, That is something that now the story has changed. 24th February was a watershed. There is no question about that. And I would like to make really an observation about the fact that our policy is very clear, but sometimes our narrative, our communication, our way of reacting or even anticipating Russian propaganda, and let me say Russian and Chinese propaganda, because their bullet points are exactly the same in many instances. When we react, we anticipate, or we try to prevent, or we try to engage in the discussion in front of our public opinions, we run the risk, and often we fall in a trap that is very dangerous for our credibility. That is the sense that our narrative sometimes is dispersed or not homogeneous, not sufficiently coordinated among ourselves. It is natural, we are free countries, and there is a reality of interaction between different political vision in our parliament. But I believe that we must be aware of the risk that a dispersed and differentiated and variegated narrative could present the sense to our opponent, to the aggressor, the sense that there are fissures that it can exploit to divide us. There is an example also in recent stories published in an important American newspaper about a possible solution in the aftermath of the conflict, sort of a German model during the Cold War, by which a territorial concession could be accepted in exchange with an understanding or a formal agreement that the NATO deployment and the NATO membership could expand to Ukraine even after territorial concession, and therefore to assure the sovereignty on the whole Ukraine and to keep in principle the Ukrainian right alive in order to exchange with territorial concession. Well, many of you perhaps have gone through this kind of hypothesis. I consider them as a ballon d'essai, but here comes the question of narrative. We have to be quite, as the situation is now, we have to be very clear and very determined in excluding whatever hypothesis and model or pre-cooked decision on a matter which concern the Ukrainian sovereignty. And I think that this is the sense of the quote that the honorable speaker of the Verkhovna Rada, Honorable Stefanchuk, said when he stressed the point that the last parliamentary assembly of NATO countries was quite clear in assessing the process made by Ukraine towards NATO, and that the NATO membership is a target that must be placed very high, but in very pragmatic fashion in front of us in view of the Vilnius summit. My second point is Ukraine's accession to the EU. The Italian Parliament and government, plus other significant voices and think tanks, have supported, as you know, really at the beginning, since the end of February, they have supported the recognition of the status of EU candidate for Ukraine since the eve of the Russian aggression. All along the war, and with increased intensity now, a view is gaining ground that a full-fledged fast track for Ukrainian accession to the EU must be adopted. In my view, a move in this direction should have a tremendous impact on multiple crucial layers. It would signal full political cohesion among all Europeans and would be a potent expression of deterrence and resolve in the face of existing and possibly even further aggressions against Kiev. The EU accession would integrate vital components of the Ukrainian nation into the European family and would enormously have mutual benefits for all of us. Certainly, the financial burden may be high, but the economic, social, and human returns would be immense. I totally share the view expressed by the Marshal of the Polish Parliament when she explained the meaning and the viability of a fast-track procedure for Kiev. Such position certainly rests on the interpretation of EU treaties, which emphasizes the political dimension and the consequent and positive implications that the decision in favor of a quick Ukrainian membership in the Union should and must have. Italy is willing to guarantee, as I said, its unwavering support to Ukraine, politically, economically, militarily, and Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said that many times, and also over the last few hours in Italy. We are therefore foreseeing a possibility of a fast accession to the EU as a pillar which cannot be neither neglected nor delayed. My third and last very brief point is a question of international justice. Is a question which is closely linked to the phase of stabilization, long-term rehabilitation and recovery of the Ukrainian society and for all the Ukrainian nation. It is a question of overarching importance for our European and Atlantic values. It is, first and foremost, an obligation that all of us have to honor and respect the victims and to implement the principle of a just retribution to those who are guilty of terrible crimes. Without a true justice, this war of aggression will never really end in peace, in stability and security. Our European parliaments have been requesting over the last years a full and concrete actions based on three pillars. First, an establishment of a special tribunal for prosecution of international crimes. Second, the strengthening of tools, resources, and procedures belonging to International Criminal Court. And finally, there is the need, and we have said that time and again in this environment, but also in other environments, especially in the European parliamentary diplomacy, there is the need to fully implement the principle of universal jurisdiction in order to prosecute within our national legal systems the horrible crimes committed by President Putin and his accomplices. As other European and NATO partners, Italy is intensely working through the definition and approval of the necessary legislation on the effective implementation of these principles in the Italian system. Thank you very much for your attention, and many congratulations again for the accomplishment of your work. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Gabor Grendel, Deputy Speaker of the National Council of the Slovak Republic, for the last intervention here, and then we will open the discussion. Please.
Thank you very much. Chess is a symbolic metaphor to the issues we are talking about here. So it was a quite interesting idea to organize this meeting under this beautiful chessboard and lead it by one of the best chess players in the world, and definitely the best chess player in the room. So, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for it. Ladies and gentlemen, did you ever ask yourself why Slovakia and the Czech Republic, together with Poland, are from the very first day of war in Ukraine such strong endorsers of an independent and integrated Ukraine in the structures of the EU and NATO? Why is Slovakia supporting Ukraine's exclusive right to decide about its own future, including about modalities of the future peace talks to secure lasting and just peace for generations to come? Ladies and gentlemen, it is because of the lesson we have learned from the history. Because history taught us a strong lesson where appeasement can lead. That history lesson is the story of former Czechoslovakia after the shameful Munich arbitrage of 1938. We in the Slovak Republic and the Czech Republic know it very well. We remember. We know what it meant for Europe and later for the whole world. We know how many lives it cost. It's our role to remember and remind the whole world of this lesson. It is necessary to remember in order not to repeat the same mistakes which cost so many lives. And that's why Slovakia is actively promoting a long-term support plan for a strong and independent Ukraine. And that's why Slovakia has supported Ukraine from the first days of war very promptly and with tangible and concrete support. As Ukraine's direct neighbor, Slovakia is willing to continue helping our friends to defend their country against an unjustified and unprovoked Russian aggression on battlefields, in relevant international forums, by providing political support, all-around assistance and relief, and by helping to lay foundations for the international justice to be served on the perpetrators of the most heinous crimes, including the crime of aggression. In the Ukrainian language, there is a proverb, the best help is help given in time. In our Slovak language, and also in Czech language, there is a very similar proverb, who gives quickly gives twice. Therefore, from the first days of the Russian attack, Slovakia has welcomed Ukrainian refugee families warmly, taking care of families and even orphans who fled Ukraine by thousands. Even in the recreational facility of the Slovak parliament, we have welcomed 164 Ukrainian citizens, women and kids. In addition, 2 of these women were pregnant. Their babies were born in the nearby hospital, and they spent the first months of their lives in our facility. We are very proud of it. As a very wise Jewish proverb says, whoever saves one human life saves the whole world. Apart from seeking asylum, Ukrainian refugees can also ask for temporary protection. The Slovak parliament approved legislation that made life in Slovakia easier for the refugees by introducing measures related to healthcare, benefits, finding jobs, and others. Ukrainian children can attend Slovak schools, and Slovak language courses have been opened. In many cities, hubs for helping refugees have been opened. I'm very proud that Slovakia is one of the biggest humanitarian aid contributors to Ukraine in the world in terms of GDP per capita. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about help for human beings impacted by war. That is why another particular type of help to the Ukrainian people, especially to women and children, is a psychological help focused on improving mental health of those affected by war in the east of Ukraine. In this respect, Slovakia also provided financial contribution to a Ukrainian center for victims of war-related sexual violence. In addition, military aid has been provided, including all of our MiG-29 fighter jets, the S-300 air defense system, attack helicopters, and delivers of the first Slovak-made Zuzana II howitzers ordered by Ukraine. As of today, Slovakia has sent to Ukraine military aid worth almost 670 million euro. Our colleague, the Deputy Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, Olena Kondratiuk, has acknowledged the support received from Slovakia. She thanked Slovakia during her visit in Bratislava for the comprehensive military, humanitarian and political support provided since the first days of Russia's full-scale invasion. And now, after we touched upon both the remote and recent history, let's talk about the future. Almost a year ago, Slovakia led the effort to acknowledge Ukraine's EU aspirations. Now we await the update from the European Commission, understanding that the Venice Commission plays a role on 3 of 7 steps that needed to be fulfilled to open the accession talks. It is also worth noting that if Russia wanted to prevent the expansion of NATO by its preemptive attack on Ukraine, as Russia claims, they have in fact achieved the exact opposite. As a result, 2 countries, Finland and Sweden, are applying for NATO membership. I'm very proud of my colleagues in the Slovak parliament that approved the entry of both countries in NATO by a large majority last September. Slovakia supports the strategic discussion on the future of political relations between NATO and Ukraine. The joint declaration of the Slovak, Czech and Ukrainian presidents signed in Kyiv outlines this philosophy, as all agreed to intensify support of the Ukrainian ambition to join the alliance once the conditions allow for it. We are working inside the NATO on a long-term support package for Ukraine that should go beyond the Bucharest 2008 commitment. To emphasize this intention, we hope a formal NATO-Ukraine Council will be held at the Vilnius summit. The Bucharest 9 summit, which will be held the next week in Bratislava, will be a good opportunity to talk about European security in this respect. Slovakia actively supports, again, very specifically, with 2 forensic teams bringing accountability to the perpetrators of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and other serious crimes under international law committed against Ukraine and its people, including the crime of aggression, by establishing a special tribunal in this regard. We are especially shocked by atrocities such as rape and torture of women and children, their kidnappings and forced change of identities, indoctrination, and other forms of abuse. We also understand the importance of imminent relief as well as post-war reconstruction linked to the EU's integration process aimed at modernizing Ukraine. I saw with my own eyes destroyed cities of Bucha and Irpin few weeks after the war started. Nowadays, we are witnessing destruction of Bakhmut. We believe the aggressor should pay for the damages his actions have caused, including through future reparations and the use of the frozen Russian assets. Slovakia supported the creation of a register of damage as a compensation mechanism for the damage caused by the Russian aggression. Only yesterday approved the European Parliament members the release of 500,000 million euros to support ammunition production in EU countries. Slovakia has many years of experiences in the production of ammunition, and it's prepared to strengthen its current production to accelerate the delivery of ammunition and missiles. Ladies and gentlemen, Slovakia is a proud member of NATO and a proud supporter of free and strong Ukraine. In Slovakia, we know from our own experience that the integration process to the EU and NATO helps to increase security, implement reforms, and consolidate democratic institutions within the country. Slovakia has been helping Ukraine and Ukrainians before the war, during the war, and we are prepared to provide long-term support for a strong and independent Ukraine in the future too.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. I am opening the discussion for interventions, and we have so far 8 people signed up. So, His Excellency Lauri Hussar, President of Riigi Kogu from Estonia, please, the floor is yours. And the next one will be Mr. Bogdan Borushevich.
Dear colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking you, dear Victoria, and all our Lithuanian hosts for organizing this very timely meeting of speakers of parliaments of the NATO member countries, preceding the NATO summit to be held here in Vilnius in July. We face a critical time for our security and international peace and stability. Over a year has passed since Russia launched its brutal war of aggression against Ukraine, which continues to cause immense human suffering and destruction. This war gravely threatens global security and undermines the rules-based international order. And it is far from over. Dear colleagues, tyranny and terror must fail. Peace and freedom must prevail. Tyranny and terror must fail. Peace and freedom must prevail. We firmly believe that only the victory of Ukraine and the defeat of Russia enables us to restore peace in Europe. Ukraine needs our long-term support to achieve independence, strength, and prosperity. We also have to make sure that after the end of this war, Russia will stop using the concept of spheres of influence and imperialistic power politics. In this regard, we should concentrate our efforts on the following priorities. Firstly, the only way to lasting peace is to end grey areas in European security. Grey areas are triggers for wars and instability. The enlargements of NATO and EU have increased stability. Our region stands as clear evidence of this fact. This is why, for peace in Europe, we need Ukraine in the European Union and in NATO. Only NATO can provide a real security guarantee for Ukraine. This understanding is crystal clear in Estonia, and I think is best expressed by the statement adopted on 17th of May by the Parliament of Estonia, the Riigi Kogu, is support of Ukraine's NATO membership. The statement calls for granting an invitation to Ukraine to join the alliance at the NATO Vilnius summit and formulating concrete steps necessary for Ukraine's rapid integration into NATO. 92 out of total 101 members of the Riigi Kogu voted in favor of a statement, with none against or abstained, reaffirming the strong support for Ukraine across all political parties represented in the Estonian parliament. Secondly, as part, President Zelensky has stated freedom must be better armed than tyranny. Better armed than tyranny. Therefore, our ongoing priority should be to supply Ukraine with the weapons and ammunition. One of the first decisions of the new Estonian government was to approve another military assistance package and donate artillery shells to Ukraine. But also, NATO as the organization can do more, and we welcome the plans for a multi-year support initiative aimed to enhancing Ukraine's access to NATO exercises, training, and interoperability programs. And thirdly, we must continue our efforts to assist Ukraine to win not only its fight for freedom, but also its fight for justice. Russian leaders must be held accountable for the crimes of aggression, genocide, and crimes against humanity. That is why a special tribunal for the crime of the aggression against Ukraine must be established. Crimes without punishment will only encourage new atrocities, new acts of aggression. And while Russia continues its current war of aggression, we must continue raising the cost of aggression for Russia by introducing additional sanctions, implementing consistently current ones, and by starting using Russian frozen assets for reconstructing of Ukraine and reparation. And fourthly, it is crucial for Ukraine to recover from the war as swiftly as possible. To achieve this, the international community has to intensify its reconstruction efforts. Estonia has been contributing to the reconstruction process for several months, with a particular focus on the region of Zhytomyr. As I speak, Estonia's foreign minister is visiting the region and inaugurating a brand new kindergarten funded and built by Estonia. We hope that our reconstruction model and know-how will inspire also others. Dear colleagues, Estonia will continue to strongly support Ukraine militarily, economically and politically for as long as it takes until Ukraine's victory. I am confident that we all in NATO share this commitment. Our long-term support plan for Ukraine has a clear vision: Ukraine that is prosperous, liberal democracy and free market economy belonging to the Euro-Atlantic community. Slava Ukraini!
I would like to give the floor to Mr. Bogdan Borushevich, Deputy Speaker of the Senate of Poland, and next in line is Mr. Morten Wold.
Madam Speaker, what a perfect timing for this conference. Perfect timing. A day after Bratislava, in 1 month's time, the NATO summit, the basic summit, to take place here in Vilnius. So it is very fortunate indeed that we are gathered here. Because we may be even more outspoken and courageous than our governments are. We may be even more forward-looking than our governments are. Ukraine needs military and political support for today, as we are talking. And it is very good and fortunate that NATO is almost unanimous in this respect and provides this support abundantly. But we parliamentarians, we should also think ahead. What is going to happen after the war? It is all too evident that in the aftermath of such a conflict, nothing will be as it was. There won't be business as usual. So we must make sure that no frozen conflicts are installed by Russia in Ukraine, very much the way it so happened in the wake of 2014, after the annexation of Crimea and two of the eastern oblasts. That there won't be return to business as usual. So we must think ahead, think about the reconstruction prospects for Ukraine after the war. But this must happen under the stability umbrella with very clear prospects of stability and peace, lasting peace for Ukraine. That's why I'm confident Ukraine should be member of NATO, because this will provide security and stability to Ukraine itself, but also to this part of Europe where we are. It is not only Ukraine that is at stake. What is at stake is the prospect of destabilization of the whole of the alliance, of the whole of the European Union. Ukraine must prevail, and Ukraine must have some future prospects in store for her, whereas Russia should be deprived of such prospects. Here in Vilnius, in 1 month's time, Ukraine should be invited to NATO. If it is not invited, then in 2 years' time, the situation will be even worse, exacerbated. And all the arguments against inviting Ukraine will be as they are. Let's wait and see. Of course, there may be also some other ideas, like Ukraine NATO Council and other proposals that are on the table. However, whatever is being done should not be really about putting Ukraine on the back burner. It should not derail Ukraine's perspectives. Every proposal should bring Ukraine closer to NATO, not to push it further aside. And it is my impression that now and then we hear voices that are trying to drive Ukraine further and further away from NATO. What should we have after the war? There should be lasting peace. There should be lasting peace. This is what we should be discussing also in our respective countries. We should be coming up with solutions going to this effect. Any frozen conflicts, as the ones we have had in Ukraine and also in other corners of the world, where Russia was also the aggressor, be it Georgia, Transnistria, well, this was all possible because the potential between the aggressor and perpetrator on the one side and the victim on the other side, well, the powers were very much on the side of the perpetrator. However, in this particular case, Ukraine is up in arms. It has never surrendered, it will never surrender. And the disproportion of powers is not as vast as it was in the case of Russia versus Georgia. So, I think that translation of this conflict into a frozen conflict is just a wishful thinking. We in Poland, we may be of different minds when it comes to our internal situation. There is a lot of internal debate. I represent the opposition, but in terms of support to Ukraine, in terms of expanding Poland's military potential, we are like-minded. There is no difference between the government and the opposition. And one more point that I would like to address. For me, it is unpalatable and not to be acceptable that two countries, Hungary and Turkey, for their internal political ends, block our collective security. Because by blocking Sweden's accession to NATO, they put at risk our collective security. They deteriorate our security. Hungary have been announcing that in January 2023, their parliament would give green light to Sweden's accession to NATO back in January, and we are in June. So what is happening? This is my question to our Hungarian friends. Turkey. Those countries benefit from being in NATO, benefit from nuclear guarantees, benefit from collective defense. However, this is a bilateral exercise. You cannot just benefit from NATO-exported security. This is a two-way street. You benefit from some arrangements, but you must also provide some security. And this is right now missing on the part of those two countries. And to my mind, the ball is not only in Sweden's court. No, we should all do our utmost in order to impact decisions that will have bearing to our collective security. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to now give the floor to Mr. Morten Wold, Third Vice President of the Storting of Norway, and then Mr. Audronius Ažubalis. And dear colleagues, I call on you to stick to the 5-minute rule because we have still quite some colleagues who want to say a word or two. So please, the floor is yours.
Madam Speaker, dear colleagues and dear friends, first of all, I would like to thank you, Madam Speaker, for your important initiative for us to meet prior to the NATO summit in July. It's well done. That being said, let me also give some comments from a Norwegian perspective. Norway condemns Russia's attack on Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. Russia bears full responsibility for having thrown Ukraine and Europe into this situation. In March this year, the Norwegian Parliament adopted a new 5-year support program for Ukraine, amounting to 75 billion Norwegian kroner, that's almost 7 billion euros. The program is called the Nansen Support Program. It includes military support, humanitarian aid, funding to maintain civilian infrastructure, and critical societal functions. As soon as this is possible, the funding will be used to support the reconstruction of Ukrainian society. Obviously, we are hoping that the situation will allow that as big a share as possible can be used for reconstruction after the war has ended. The funding may also be used to provide civilian support to Moldova to alleviate the impacts of the war. The political agreement now has the support from all parties in our parliament. The commitment is binding for the next 5 years, which means beyond the next election. In doing so, we want to make clear that we are committed to a long-term engagement in the support of Ukraine. Finally, I would like to mention that on the 16th of May, the Norwegian speaker, Mr. Masud Gharahkhani, and the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, signed a memorandum of understanding to establish a joint framework for parliamentary democracy support between the two parliaments. The purpose of this agreement is to help support the key role that the Ukrainian parliament plays in safeguarding Ukraine's freedom, independence, and democracy. The Storting also wishes to learn from the Verkhovna Rada, not least about how to run a national assembly in times of crisis. From a Norwegian point of view, Ukraine must prevail. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, we are joined now by Mr. Mike Turner, the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. He is online from Washington, D.C. Welcome, and may I give you the floor.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Hopefully you can hear me.
Perfectly.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. Speaker McCarthy sends his greetings. As you're aware, unfortunately, neither Speaker McCarthy nor myself were able to attend as a result of the important budget negotiations that were happening in Washington. I'm pleased to report that the legislation has passed both the House and last night in the Senate and is on its way to the president's desk. Speaker McCarthy is absolutely committed to a strong NATO and for support for Ukraine. Last year, he made an important trip to Brussels to meet with NATO officials and to make his support clear. And he, of course, have met with President Zelensky and has spoken to him recently on the phone, giving him his commitment for continued support by the United States for Ukraine. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this very important high-level meeting that you're calling. This is very important for legislators to get together, to have a dialogue, especially before the summit. We can impact the debate that's going to happen at the summit, but also we have important work to do as legislators. Some of the important issues that we must face, of course, are energy independence, the 2% Wales commitment, China, military capabilities investments, Iran, Ukraine, Russian aggression, and of course, the Russian atrocities. I know many of you have very active delegations in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. The United States is very committed to participating in that legislative dialogue, also with two members of our delegation being past presidents, myself and Jerry Connolly. On Ukraine, as a group, this is obviously a very important issue for all of our countries. Each of us have contributed weapons and training and aid. President Zelensky's leadership has just been exemplary. I think he's motivated the entire world, and the Ukrainian people's willingness to stand up and fight for democracy has been inspirational also. It's been exciting to see the ingenuity of the Ukrainian people in addition to their heroism, and the ingenuity of Western weapons as they are applied to help the Ukrainians push back Russia. I think one of the greatest impacts that Ukraine and the West has been able to have on Putin is when Patriot missiles were used to take down Putin's Kinzhal missile that he said was unstoppable. Clearly, it's stoppable, and the Ukrainians were able to do it, and it sends a message right back to Russia that we're going to continue to provide the most advanced weapon systems necessary for Ukraine to be able to defend itself. I think we should never lose sight of the fact of what we're really trying to oppose here. And we saw that when President Xi of China stood with Putin in Russia and said that they were together trying to bring about change that has not happened for 100 years. Well, we know what that 100 years is. That's World War I, that's World War II. And that's the fight that we have today, which is the fight of authoritarianism against democracy. And we stand together as democracies. And with our strong commitment to NATO, the defense of our democracies. I was very pleased to hear on the 2% Wales commitment. And again, remember that the Wales commitment was a unanimous commitment that each member of NATO made to the other. This was not imposed upon NATO members. But I was very pleased to hear that Lithuanian president today said that at the summit that the 2% should become a floor, not a ceiling. I think it would be an excellent statement as we all try to reach to strengthen our ability to defend democracy and to defend NATO. Energy is another one of those issues that's obviously important to us as legislators to take up. I want to thank once again former U.S. Ambassador Ziggy Pavlonius. I worked with him on important U.S. legislation that made natural gas from the United States available to Europe. It's making an impact today, but there's more together that we can do as legislators to ensure that we're working cooperatively to seek energy independence. The future of NATO, I think, is strong. I think we absolutely have an understanding from all of us that this is a commitment to our freedom. It's our commitment to the self-determinations of people. I look forward to the Vilnius summit and the strong communications I think that will come out of this as each of the allies make their recommitment to NATO a strong alliance for our democracy. With that, Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to address you all, and thank you for the important work you're doing today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your message. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Audronius Ažubalis, head of the Seimas delegation to NATO Parliamentary Assembly.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, dear friends. In my understanding, today's conference serves well, helping us to accumulate political will for strategic future decisions. Being parliamentarians, we must chart the political trajectories for the future of our Euro-Atlantic civilization and not just tediously repeat the prudent and sometimes cautious pronouncements of our respective governments. Dear friends, we are living in extraordinary times that require political courage and strategic vision. Let us remember how strong we can be if we act together. Our alliance unites almost 1 billion people. It generates almost half of the world's GDP and global defense spending, and is home for the world's best universities and innovation centers. Our alliance has the capacity not only to protect itself, but also to expand the area of freedom and security by embracing new European democracies that share our values and are prepared to fight for them. NATO's open door policy has been a remarkable success story, and it's now time for our leaders to take new, brave, and strategic steps. Issuing an invitation to Ukraine would be an example of strategic leadership that the current historic times require. The EU has demonstrated that strategic leadership by granting Ukraine candidate status, and NATO must follow suit at its Vilnius summit. Dear friends, the famous phrase of the Pope John Paul II, "Be not afraid," should guide us at this inflection point in modern history. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Augusto Santos Silva, President of the Assembly of Portugal. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Oh, I'm sorry, he's right now at the bilateral meeting, so then I would like to give the floor to Madame Valérie Rabault, the first Vice President of the National Assembly, please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. J'ai eu l'occasion de m'exprimer ce matin, je vais revenir sur, j'aimerais aborder.
Thank you. Today I could speak in the morning, but I have to mention some more things. Well, things mentioned by previous speakers, that the upcoming NATO summit in July has to give a clear answer and clear steps on Ukraine's path towards NATO. It is very important. Previous speakers spoke about NATO-Ukraine Council and its establishment. This could be the wonderful initial step in order to ensure close relations between NATO and Ukraine. And Ukraine would be the first country to have this council with NATO. Previous speakers also mentioned security guarantees. In December in Paris, an international conference was held and discussed the importance of setting up a mechanism that would enable help and burden sharing among different countries. And another aspect that was mentioned by many previous speakers is that stable peace is impossible without justice. Crimes of war happen every day, day and night, no matter whether these are wide attacks or deportation of children. All these crimes, first of all, need to be documented. Different experts can be used here that would work in the field, and this would be very helpful to ensure stable peace.
I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Birgir Armansson, Speaker of Alþingi from Iceland, and next will be Mr. Radoslav Fogel.
Madam Speaker, firstly, I want to thank you for organizing this excellent conference, and I want to thank the keynote speakers here today and other colleagues for their constructive interventions. Like other speakers here today, I, of course, condemned in strongest terms the illegal and brutal invasion of the Russian Federation into Ukraine. And in that context, I want to mention a few points. Firstly, at the summit of the leaders of the Council of Europe member countries in Reykjavik earlier this spring, most leaders of the member states committed to establishing a register of damage caused by Russia in Ukraine, which will serve as a foundation for claims of war damages by the Russian Federation. And in that meeting, the European leaders also adopted a special declaration dedicated to supporting Ukrainian children, including those who have been forcibly transferred to the Russian Federation. And in our parliament, in Alþingi, we have concluded the second reading of a resolution condemning the illegal and forceful deportation of Ukrainian children by Russia. This resolution enjoys a wide support in the parliament, and the final vote is going to take place next week, making us the first, but hopefully not the last national parliament to pass such a resolution. The government of Iceland and all political parties in parliament have from the outset expressed full support and solidarity with Ukraine. Iceland has contributed in many ways, the last being a resolution passed last Wednesday by the parliament on providing Ukraine with a mobile military hospital. Looking ahead, there can be no peace in Ukraine unless it's just and sustainable. Peace will not be just without Ukraine regaining its territorial integrity, and peace will not be sustainable with assurance of its national security. Iceland sees merit in upgrading the future political relationship between NATO and Ukraine. The aim should be to chart a credible path for a free Ukraine that is integrated into a stable Euro-Atlantic security order. The destruction of Ukraine's infrastructures, the massive humanitarian casualties, and the ecological damages caused by the Russian Federation are of great magnitude, and the war is not over yet. Rebuilding Ukraine will be a tremendous task requiring joint effort of us all. When President Zelensky addressed Alþingi, the Parliament of Iceland, last spring, he mentioned especially Iceland's expertise in the field of renewables and clean energy. Iceland has supported Ukraine in various forms during the war, and we will continue to do so, and we will not shy away from continued contribution in the reconstruction when Ukraine is at peace, just and sustainable peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Birger. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Radosław Fogel, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of Sejm of Poland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin with something that should be clear and should be a foundation of our discussion today. Ukraine is and always has been a part of the West and deserves a place both in NATO and the European Union. And speaking of NATO, there's no better peace and security guarantee than NATO membership. We all know that, especially the countries that happen to be on the wrong side of the Iron Curtain. It's the only military alliance that is effectively capable of deterring Russia. And Russia won't change, at least in the nearest foreseeable future. it will try to come and come again after Ukraine, after Georgia, after other countries, as it's incapable of enduring democracy, prosperity, and plain happiness in its neighborhood. So if we want lasting peace, we need Ukraine in NATO. If we want to be able to successfully reconstruct Ukraine, we need Ukraine in NATO. But we also need Ukraine in NATO as a security contributor, because this is the reality. Ukraine will not only gain from NATO membership, but NATO and all the member countries will gain from Ukraine's membership. Ukraine's soldiers prove every day they are capable of fighting the enemy effectively. NATO will also benefit, as I said, from Ukrainian membership. So I encourage all of you, especially those who still have doubts, to abandon any myths regarding the so-called escalation. I encourage you to fully embrace and exercise freedom and democracy. NATO is an alliance of free and willing countries, and we cannot let any authoritarian dictator terrorize us. Moscow gives in only when confronted with iron-strong determination and unity. And this should be our message coming from Vilnius. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. We are basically perfectly on time. We have two more speakers left, and I would like to give a floor to Mr. Augusto Santos Silva, President of the Assembly of Portugal, and then Her Excellency Markéta Pekarová-Adamová. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Just a very brief, but I think important remark. We all support fully Ukraine in its defense of independence and territorial integrity. We support the President Zelensky's peace plan, and we are working hard in order to get an effective, non-ambiguous plan, roadmap for further improvement of our cooperation with Ukraine and for the future prospects of Ukraine within NATO. My remark is this one. Our ministers, our leaders, our ministers, our ambassadors are working hard. They already obtained important agreements on, for instance, the launching of the NATO-Ukraine Council, on the improvement of the comprehensive package comprehensive assistance package. The remark is this one. It's very important that we can converge because unity is our strength. We are united. We have to continue united, and there is the need of having open minds who converge to build a consensus to preserve the unity, because our unity is our weapon against Putin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Her Excellency Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, President of the Chamber of Deputies of Czech Republic. Please.
Thank you very much. Because I spoke already, I have just two comments, and I will definitely spare your time because we are going and running in time, which is perfect. I will just share a little bit of disappointment with countries who still did not ratify Sweden to NATO as a member state. And I have to say that I thought that we all are member states who are based on the rules. NATO is the organization based on the rules, and when we have some, just conditions to be fulfilled, and the country is fulfilling them, we all should accept this is the only thing we should consider. Just to comment that I think some of our colleagues should think about this approach. And to conclude, I would highly appreciate Chair conclusions. And thank you, Victoria, for them, because Czech Republic, both chambers of our parliament fully support all these points written in the document. I had no chance to mention it during my speech, so I would like to stress it now that we are committed and fully supporting these chair conclusions. Thank you for them.
Thank you, dear Marketa, and dear colleagues, thank you all, every and each one of you, for your insights, for cordial exchanges, for important interventions. And I hope that you will probably agree that this meeting has been useful, that we saw that what binds us together, what brings us together, is so much stronger than the things that perhaps are different between us. So we have every good chance to have unity, to have common decisions, and that's the value that we have to preserve most. As I mentioned at the beginning of the event, as chairperson, I have prepared the conclusions of the chairman. Some of you have offered your remarks on it. They have been incorporated. And I would just, very briefly mention some of my main takes from what has been discussed today. NATO is confronted by several defining threats and challenges, but none of them are as important today as security challenge. Euro-Atlantic area is not at peace, as Russia's war against Ukraine has radically changed the strategic security environment in Europe. To deal with these security challenges and keep international system based on international law intact, NATO needs to strengthen partnerships beyond the Euro-Atlantic area. Security challenges also call for NATO's adaptation and transformation. With view of this, the forthcoming NATO summit in Vilnius becomes especially important. NATO's transformation will not be possible without adequate defense funding for achieving NATO's goals and ensuring the security of its members. Further, NATO's transformation is also needed, taking into account that Russia continues its aggression in Ukraine, is planning to significantly increase its military presence along the eastern flank of NATO, in particular in the Baltic region. Accordingly, there is high necessity to fully implement the NATO Madrid summit decisions on the new baseline for deterrence and defense posture. And finally, NATO's security will also depend on Ukraine's fate. Therefore, a long-term support plan for Ukraine is another necessity. This plan must also encompass Ukraine's aspirations for membership in NATO. It is important to recognize that many at this meeting appealed to NATO leaders in Vilnius summit to reaffirm unwavering support for Ukraine and send a unified signal of alliance's commitment to Ukraine's future in NATO. Dear colleagues, these final notes will be distributed to each and every one of you, and of course feels free to present them and to comment on them. And with this, I want to thank you once again and to remind you that our program is not at all finished. I hope to see you very soon at dinner at the Grand Duke's Palace, and of course tomorrow I hope that you will join, most of us will join me at the Pabrada military training camp to see how NATO soldiers are conducting their business. So thank you so much. Have a great evening. Thank you.